This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of MSPN Digital Television and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of MSPN Digital Television.
It's the Kindred Vikings coming to Starry & Bank Field for the home opener for the Fargo Post 400 Comets. These two teams played earlier. Comets took both games. Will they do it again tonight? It's the Comets and the Vikings next on MSPN TV.
To the broadcast booth for the pregame show on MSPN Digital Television.
All right, welcome back. It's the home opener for the Fargo Post 400 Comets as they are hosting a doubleheader here today against the Kindred Post 117 Vikings. The Comets took care of business earlier about 10 or so days ago on a road game in Kindred. And now Kindred's looking for a little bit of revenge here on the Comets home field. The Stars and Comets, let's take a break and be back with more on your pregame show right after this. Stay tuned.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of three ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
We're waiting on some umpires here. Scheduled pitch is at 5:30, so maybe the umpires just haven't gotten here yet. But I talked to a couple of the guys for Fargo Post 400. They're ready to go. And looking down on the field, it certainly looks like Kindred is ready to go. We just need the men in black to show up here, and maybe they're in blue today. Who knows? So depending on what, it's a little warm out. So hopefully they did decide to wear blue today. And that would be great. Well, let's take a look at the Kindred Vikings and get you to, for those who don't know them, let's get you to know them a little bit better. The rostered players on this particular Legion team is 11. Now, they did bring over some players from their other from their other Legion team. But in they field 2 Legion teams, and altogether they have 21 players, and some of those players bounce back and forth. So this particular roster only has 11 players. The number 0 jersey is popular. It's been worn by somebody on the Kindred Post 117 team for the 11th consecutive season. Today, it's going to be worn by Stanley Boloski. In 2024, they had 74 hits, and on MSPN in the last 4 years, the Kindred Post 117 teams are 28-7 when they're playing on MSPN. So that's a little bit of a look at the Kindred Vikings there for you. As we take a look at the Fargo Post 400 Stars at Starring Bank Field. This is sort of at Starring Bank Field, and I guess yeah. Now that I look at the information there, yeah, all these games that we're about to talk about were played at Starring Bank Field. So they have 20 players on the roster this season. They had 27 players on the roster last year. However, some of those players would be call-ups from the Astros or sent down to the Astros, or some of them would even be sent up to the Stars. So put a little bit of an asterisk by that, as the number is semi-accurate. In the last 5 games of last year, the Comets went 4-1, outscoring their opponents 41-16. They scored 14 against Brandon Valley Lynx in a 14-2 game that the Comets won in those final 5. And then their second largest win margin was the 13-3 10-run over the Brookings Chutes. And I can promise you that a lot of people have watched that game, and probably not for the runs scored. That was an exciting game for more than just the runs scored in that particular game, but that's a look at what the Comets bring to the field potentially this year as well. We'll take another timeout. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, welcome back to MSPN Digital Television here live at Starring Bank Field. Still waiting on the umpires to show up. Matter of fact, they have showed up, and they are talking with the coaches right now. You can follow us on X and on YouTube at mspndtv.com and taking a look at the upcoming schedule here. As we mentioned earlier in the pregame show, it was the Astros, actually, who played Kindred, so it wasn't the Comets. My apologies on that. I messed that one up. Whoops. The Astros defeated Kindred 6-4 and 7-4 in a doubleheader played in Kindred. So now Kindred will try and play or try and get something back here on the Comets at Starry and Bank Field. Tomorrow, it is the Fargo Post 400 Stars taking on the Mandan Chiefs in a doubleheader, and then things get crazy. The Astros go to Minneapolis, the Stars go to Sioux Falls, and the Comets go to Mandan, and everybody's going to be gone for a while. So the Stars come close to home on the 16th when they have a road game in Moorhead. That's after the Sioux Falls tournament, and then after the Moorhead road game, they go right back to Omaha, Nebraska to play Creighton Prep, and those games will actually be played at Gretna High School. All but one of them will be played at least I think that's how it's scheduled. All but one of them at Gretna High School in the Gretna, Nebraska, which is on the outskirts of Omaha. So to the best of our knowledge, we'll have those games for you here on MSPN Digital Television. Let's see here else. So can we take a look at? Let's take a look at the AA Legion standings because that's been updated after everybody's played last night. So Dickinson still leads the pack. Once again, this is AA, not single A, which is what we're about to get underway here. But Fargo Post 2 and the Stars, both at 2-0, tied up at the number 2 spot. The Governors and the Eagles and the Vistas all at 1-1, tied for number 3. And then you got West Fargo, Williston, who have yet to play a game in conference play yet. As I'm not sure what Williston's up to, but West Fargo's down in Kansas right now. Mandan's 1-3. Grand Forks still looking for their first win as they dropped 2 of those 4 games yesterday against the Fargo Post 400 Stars. We will now send it over to our PA announcer, Jesse Radcliffe, for the rest of the introductions here.
Number 25, Carson Getty. Batting cleanup, doing the catching, number 4, Graham Hess. Batting 5th, the designated hitter, number 3, Sawyer Hess. Batting 6th at third base, number 5, Tyler Gronwald. Batting 7th at first base, number 24, Kelby Erdman. Batting 8th at second base, number 10, Andy Tram. And batting 9th in center field, number 1, Brady Baumgarten. Doing the pitching for the Vikings, number 6, Jack McDonald. Vikings are coached by Oakley DuBois, Dean Wickstone, Nick Eggman, and Josh Elmers. Now for the home team on the scoreboard, the Post 400 Comets. Leading off, doing the pitching, number 5, Graydon Olson. Batting second at third base, number 11, Tyler Frederick. Batting third at second base, number 9, Kelvin Jungling. Batting cleanup at first base, number 20, Owen Smith. Batting fifth in right field, number 13, Seth Egan. Batting sixth, doing the catching, number 23, Zahir Miller. Batting seventh in center field, number 15, Tucker Kosen. Batting eighth in left field, number 6, Cameron Bevel. And batting ninth at shortstop, number 10, Max Ammerman. Comets are coached by Dawson Hawley, Hunter Rosenbaum, and head coach Caden Schwabe.
All right, and there's a look at Graydon Olson, your starting pitcher here for the Fargo Post 400 Comets. And in case you missed it, your Kindred batting lineup is going to look like this. Batting 1, 2, and 3s, left fielder Kylan Swenson, shortstop Stanley Belaski, right fielder Carson Getty. In the middle of the lineup at 4, 5, and 6 is the catcher Graham Hess, and then the designated hitter Sawyer Hess, along with third baseman Tyler Gronwald. In the bottom of the order at 7, 8, 9 is first baseman Kelby Erdman, second baseman Andy Trom, and center fielder Brady Baumgartner. And then your starting pitcher once again is Jack McDonald for the Kindred Vikings. The reserves for the Vikings in today's game: number 9, Dylan Stone; number 12, Cade Westby; number 7, Max Bernier; number 8, Gabe Iverson; and number 17, Jeremy Knight. So that's how the Vikings will play this game here against the Fargo Post 400 Comets, and we are this close to being ready to play ball here at Starring Bank Field. Once again, a big thanks to our sponsors, including Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, FM Convention Bureau, Marvin Windows and D&M Industries, Buffalo Wild Wings, Doolittle's Woodfire Grill, TCI Insurance, and Dakota Fins and Feathers for being season sponsors of the Fargo Post 400 Stars, Comets, and Astros. Also, our friends at Mandy's of FargoND.com, a local small business that is 100% online, and they have a little bit of something for everybody. Go to the website right now. If you're not sure what to get, pick up a gift card and give it to one of your friends.
The first inning for Kindred, left fielder number 2, Kylan Swenson.
Once again, the Comets, head coach Caden Schwabe and his assistants Hunter Rosenbaum and Dawson Hawley. For the Vikings of Kindred, it is head coach Josh Elmaris and his assistants Nick Eggman, Dean Wixo, and Oakley Dubord. And the first pitch is at 5:29 p.m., 80 degrees, and the pitch comes across for a strike, and it's 0-1. To Kylan Swenson. Swing and a miss there for strike number 2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now here to Kylan Swenson. We'll also see Stanley Belaski and Carson Getty this half inning as well. 1-2 count here to Swenson as Olsen will wind up. And did he go? They'll check with first base. First base says no, so that'll be ball 2. Swing and a miss, and that is a strikeout for out number 1, and the first strikeout of the game for Graydon Olsen.
Batting second, shortstop, number 0, Stanley Belaski.
So that brings up Stanley Belaski. As we mentioned in the pregame show, he's wearing jersey number 0, which is a popular jersey amongst the Kindred Vikings. You don't see number 0 in too many teams. I think I've seen a double 0 in Minot, if I remember correctly. But that's the only other 0 that I can pull off the top of my head outside of players in Kindred who have worn that jersey. Ball 1 the count here to Stanley Belaski. Once again, Carson Getty is on deck. The Astros are playing on the road today in Kindred, or I'm sorry, in Castleton is what I meant to say. And as we get score updates from that game, we will certainly pass them along to you. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, no runners on in the pitch. And this one goes into the dirt. May have left his hand awkwardly and didn't quite, just barely made it to the sandy colored part of the turf there on that pitch. So he'll have to shake that one off as it results in a 2-1 count. And this one hit up high and fouled away off to the third base side, and we're at 2-2. Once again, I thank you for tuning in, whether you're watching from the Kindred area cheering on the Vikings, or if you're watching from many other areas cheering on the Fargo Post 400 Comets, or if you're maybe watching on your phone in the stands. Wherever you're watching from, we appreciate you tuning in. There's a swing and a miss, and that is another strikeout. So it's 2 up and 2 down on strikeout swingings. And now Carson Getty will get his crack, the left-handed batter, against Graydon Olsen. So 2 away now here in the top half of the first inning, as outside of a couple foul balls, Kindred has not been able to make contact with the bat just yet. And this one will get away from him. It'll go into the dirt, go into the books as a wild pitch, and it'll be 1 ball, no strike. Once again, the Comets are coached by first-year head coach Caden Schwabe. And his assistants Hunter and Dawson. And there's a high ball over to third. And he'll fire it over to first in time, and that will be out number 3. So Nobody comes across the plate. Nobody even gets on base for Kindred in the top half of the first inning. We'll see what the Comets can do when we return after this. Stay tuned. We're coming right back here on MSPN Digital Television.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
When one of us comes up short,
we all come up short.
There's no vape in team.
Think there are only school supplies in your child's backpack? Think again. 5 e-cigarettes were hiding in plain sight. Parents, do your homework.
Learn more about vaping at health.mn.gov/e-cigarettes.
All right, welcome back. Jack McDonald is on the mound here for Kindred. As he finishes his warm-up tosses, he'll have a couple more here before we get things started in the bottom half of the first. So a 1-2-3 inning. The first two batters go down swinging on strikes, and then the third batter on a 5-3 ground out on a high bouncing ball towards third. That takes care of the top of the first. And now we'll see Graydon Olson, Tyler Frederick, and Kelvin Jungling as your first three batters for Fargo Post 400. Graydon Olson is DHing for himself, and you can do that here in Single A. And that first pitch will hit the outside edge for a strike. Nice job there by Jack McDonald. Once again, the Vikings are coached there by Josh Elmaris and his assistants Nick Eggman, Dean Wixo, and Oakley DuBoard. Jack McDonald on the mound pitching. Behind the plate catching is Graham Hess. We'll go around the bases here after this pitch. It's 1-1 to the batter Graydon Olson. Make that 2-1. And around the bases, you got Kelby Erdman at first base, Andy Traum at second, Stanley Belaski, the shortstop, and Tyler Gronwald at third. In the outfield, you have Brady Baumgarten and center. I'm wondering if I misspelled that. Carson Getty in right and Kylan Swenson in left field. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Make that a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. And this is a bouncing ball towards second. Picked up there by Andy Traum. He'll fire it into the glove of Erdman for the out. 4-3 and 1 gone here for the Post 400 Comets, bringing up Tyler Frederick. Home opener for the Stars yesterday. The first inning of play took 37 minutes to complete. The game itself was 2 hours and 7 minutes. The second game, much faster pace. I didn't write down the time, but I believe it was like 1 hour and 34 or something like that. This one, a high hit ball out into right field, and it's caught by Carson Getty for out number 2.
Batting third for the Comets, second baseman, number 9, Kelvin Jungling.
So Calvin Jungling will step up to the plate now here for the Comets as McDonald will toss his 8th pitch of the game. And that's unofficial, of course, 7 minutes into the contest so far. Pitch is a little bit high for ball 1 to Calvin Jungling. So 5 batters up and 5 batters down so far here in the first inning of play. And we'll see if Calvin Jungling changes that or not. He'll get a double bouncing ball over to Belaski, and he fires it over to first for a 6-3. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kindred and a 1-2-3 inning for Comets. On the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard, it's the Vikings 0 and the Comets 0. We're back in a moment here on MSPN Digital Television. Stay tuned. Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
Welcome back. Starting Bank Field, it's the Fargo Post 400 Comets and the Kindred Post 117 Vikings. Coming up tomorrow on MSPN Digital Television, it is the Fargo Post 400 Stars in a doubleheader with the Mandan Chiefs. That first pitch will be at 5:30. We'll be on the air for that game, probably right around 5:10, 5:15 in that window.
Second for Kindred, the catcher number 4, Graham S.
And then the Stars go away for about 10, 11 days. Head down to Sioux Falls for a tournament. Friday game against North Winnipeg. And then they come back Monday to play Moorhead. And then they go down Tuesday to Omaha, Nebraska to the Creighton Prep tournament. 1 ball, no strike. Graham Hess is the batter here for Kindred. 10 minutes into the ball game now, so a 9-minute first inning, much better than the 37-minute one we had yesterday in the AA game. There's a strike as it's thrown by Graydon Olson. 1-1 the count now here to Graham Hess. Sawyer Hess and Tyler Gronwald, it's batters 4, 5, and 6 here in the top of 2 for Kindred that we'll see. And here's Olson with the 1-1 pitch and a check swing, and he checked it successfully. He'll be outside for ball 2. Two-one delivery, high for ball 3. So now Hess is ahead of the count. 3-1. So Graham Hess and Sawyer Hess are back-to-back in the lineup at the 4 and 5 spots, just so you have that clear in case you're not familiar with the first names. But there are 2 Hesses on the Kindred team. So there's a walk. Puts Graham Hess on first, brings up Sawyer Hess now.
Number 3, Sawyer Hess.
And Sawyer Hess comes off the lower barrel of the bat, fumbled it at short. And a bad throw to first, and now Graham Hess will move to third. And sliding into second safely is Sawyer Hess. So both Hess brothers, I think they're brothers. I never asked that, but whatever they may be, they are in scoring position now for the Kindred Post 117 Vikings.
Batting 6th for Kindred, third baseman number 5, Tyler Gronwald.
So the first error charged to the shortstop on the fielding, and then the second error charges the shortstop on the throw over to first. First error will advance Graham Hess to third. The second error will advance Sawyer Hess to second. There we go. Now all of our scoring is updated here, and we got an 0-2 count in here to Tyler Gronwald. Swing and a miss and another strikeout, and that puts out number 1 on the board. So Kindred's still in a good position here with 2 runners in scoring position and only 1 out. And with that said, it'll bring up Kelby Erdman. I believe he's the first baseman. I don't have the lineup card in front of me at the moment, but I believe he's the first baseman from memory. There's a strike. Some nice pitching here from both Graydon Olson and Jack McDonald on the other side for Kindred. Swinging and a miss. He may have gone a little bit early on that one, and it's 0-2 now here to Kelby Erdman. So after a walk and a double error, and that one's a little bit high, he is now a pitch away from putting the second out on the board, and we'll see if he can complete that task or not. So far, the only thing on the scoreboard is the 2 errors, both of them charged to shortstop Max Ammerman. That pitch is high and in, and we're at 2-2. And Olson will wind up and send it outside. Full count. And the first payoff pitch of the home portion of the schedule here for the Comets. Swing and a miss, and he got him. Strikeout and out number 2. So that brings up Andy Traum.
Batting 8th for Kindred, second baseman number 10, Andy Traum.
And this one, golf swing on a 2-bouncer to second. And the throw to first from Jungling to Smith will prevent the runners from scoring. They'll leave 2 on base, and that brings us to the end of the top half of 2. Through 1.5 innings of play, it is still scoreless here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. We're back with more in just a moment. Stay tuned.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
Doolittle's Wood Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, welcome back. We go to the home half of 2 here at a 0-0 score, 17 minutes into the ball game. Owen Smith, Seth Egan, and Zahir Miller. Batters 4, 5, and 6 for the Comets here in the bottom of the second inning. Jack McDonald is on the mound. If you didn't already know that, now you do. And Owen Smith will start things off. No hits in this game from either team yet. See if that changes or not here in the bottom half of 2. It starts with a strike from McDonald, and McDonald has been pitching well. 60% of his pitches have been strikes, or other types of pitches that have been recorded into the strike zone, like that one there that's been fouled off to the left field side and out of play. So a quick 0-2 count now here for McDonald on Smith. Outside for a ball, 1-2. Once again, a big thank you to Dakota Fins and Feathers, TCI Insurance, and Doolittle's Woodfire Grill, along with Buffalo Wild Wings for sponsoring 2025 Post 400 baseball. That's going to be the first hit of the game. It comes 18 minutes in on a single out into left field, and that will put Owen Smith on base for Seth Egan. Quick fire over to first off attempt. Once again, that runner is Owen Smith. And a strike is called. 0-1 here to Seth Egan. It's my first time seeing the Comets this season, so I have no previous stats on them from any of the preseason games that they played. And it's my first time seeing Kindred this year, so I also don't have any previous stats. Swing and a miss, strike two. One ball and two strikes as McDonald set and deliver. Swung on and right up the middle. It blazes past McDonald. They're going to try and turn the double play, and they do not. They get the force out on Smith at second for out number one, but Egan will reach on a fielder's choice, and that will bring up Zahir Miller.
Batting sixth for the Comets, the catcher number 23, Zahir Miller.
So runner remains on first. Seth Egan, Zahir Miller the batter now. And that pitch is a little bit low for a ball. It's 1-0 here to Zahir Miller. Tucker Kozin moves into the on-deck circle here for Fargo Post 400. Once again, the Stars have one more home game before they head down to Sioux Falls, as that one's fouled away for strike one. First game will be Friday, 6:30 p.m. against North Winnipeg, and then they'll have two games on Saturday, one at 10:30 a.m. against Brandon, and another one at 1 o'clock versus Shakopee, as the pitch comes across for a ball, and it's 2-1. And then Sunday, they have a 1 p.m. game against Aberdeen. Miller will foul this one off, and we're at 2-2. And then Monday the 16th, they come back close to home. They have a road game at Matson Field in Moorhead against the Blues. And then after that road game against the Blues, they hop on the bus and head down to Omaha, Nebraska for a game on Tuesday and a couple games on Wednesday, maybe a couple on Thursday, possibly one Friday, possibly one Saturday, all depending on how those first couple days go. And who knows, maybe if time permits, we'll get a look at the College World Series too. Always fun going to Omaha. And a bouncing ball towards third. He might run that one out, and the throw is a little bit off the mark. I believe they're going to charge an error there. Seth Egan will put on the brakes at third, and now, and that's exactly correct. So Zahir Miller will reach on an error.
Batting seventh for the Comets, center fielder number 15, Tucker Kozin.
And it's Tucker Kozin now with two runners in scoring position. Second and third, Kozin, a base hit could change the look of this game quickly. That one will be fouled off for strike number one. Once again, the Comets in the first base side dugout and the Kindred Vikings in the third base side dugout here at Starring Bank Field in Southwest Fargo off 42nd Street. As the pitch is high for a ball, 1-1 the count. Buffalo Wild Wings, Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, FM Convention Bureau, Marvin Windows, and DMN Industries, along with Mandy's of FargoND.com, supporting Fargo Post 400 baseball here in the 2025 summer season. The 2025 Central Plains Regional Tournament will be here at Starring Bank Field, and we have all the games right here on MSPN. Myself, Brad, and I believe Tommy will be helping us out with those tournament broadcast. And then come July, the middle of July, I think it's like the 11th through the 13th or something like that, strikeout looking. And that's 2 down now. Brings up Cameron Bevel.
Number 6, Cameron Bevel.
As I was saying, July 11th through the 13th, or the 13th through the 15th, or something like that. The 100th anniversary Legion Baseball Tournament is being played in Millbank, South Dakota, if I said that correctly. Or Millbrant or Millbank. I'll have to look it up. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's one of those two. It starts with an M, I can tell you that much for sure. And we'll be taking a look at that. On a wild pitch, we'll bring in Seth Egan to score to give the Comets a 1-0 lead. Also move Zahir Miller over to third. And we got a 1-1 count now here to Cameron Bevel. Max Ammerman awaits in the on-deck circle. But there is 2 away. We'll see if Zahir Miller comes in and scores or not. Pitch is low for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike now here to Cameron Bevel. And this one's popped up high. And it's caught there by center fielder Brady Baumgarten.
After the second, 1 run on 1 hit, 1 Kindred error, and 1 runner left on base after 2 complete. Comets lead 1-0.
So the fly out to center will strand Zahir Miller on third, but the Comets take a 1-0 lead here on the Andy's of FargoND.com scoreboard, and they got a run on a hit and 2 errors, or a run on a hit on 1 error for the Vikings and 1 left on base so far. And we will be back with more here in just a moment. Stay tuned.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
To the top of the third we go, and it's 1-0 in favor of the Fargo Post 400 Comets on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard here on MSPN TV. We're glad that you're tuning in to this contest here between the Comets and the Vikings of Kindred Post 117. If you're not familiar with Kindred, they are approximately, depending on which road you take, either a 20-minute drive or a 35-minute drive. I always think that I-29 south and over is a little bit faster. Than the faster route than I-94 and south is from the Fargo area. When I lived in Barnesville, it felt like it was a 15-minute drive on that little hidden gem highway. I don't remember the highway number, but felt like I could cruise there in 15 minutes. Brady Baumgarten is the batter here for Kindred, and he will send this over to the short. Ammerman fires across into the glove of Smith, and that's out number 1. 6-3 if you're recording the outs at home.
Left fielder Kylan Swenson.
And that brings us back to the top of the order for Kindred now. It's Kylan Swenson. He's 0 for 1. He struck out swinging in the top of the first inning. That was part of a 1-2-3 inning where Graydon Olson struck out the first two batters swinging and then forced the third batter to ground out. I believe it was the third, if I remember correctly. And the first pitch here is a ball to Kylan Swenson. And there's a strike. Nice pitch on the inside edge by Olson to even up the count at 1-1. One run on one hit and one Kindred error for the Comets. No runs on no hits and 2 Comet errors for Kindred. 2 balls and a strike now here to Swenson. Once again, Belaski's on deck. We'll see Getty this inning as well. And the 2-1 delivery. A little bit high for ball 3. Frank's Lounge, Buffalo Wild Wings, Sweet Shots, Doolittle's Wood Fire Grill. Big thank you and a shout out to them for supporting Fargo Post 400 baseball here on MSPN DTV. And that one's going out towards center field. It's going to land for a base hit, roll almost all the way to the fence, and it's going to be a triple for Kylan Swenson.
Shortstop Stanley Belaski.
So Kindred in a great opportunity here, popped up in the infield, and that will be caught there by third baseman Tyler Frederick for out number 2. Or out number 1. No, out number 2, I'm right. Scoreboard in the outfield is behind by an out. So Carson Getty grounded out, and I said earlier that I thought it was the third, and it actually was the third. It was a ground out to third base on a 5-3 to put the third out on the board in the top half of the first. Outside, and a nice arm there by Zahir Miller. That one was almost into the wild pitch category, and had that gone into the backstop, there's a chance that Swenson would tie this game up. He's standing about 87 feet away right now from home plate. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Here's the windup from Olson. He'll deliver, and that one is sent foul and out of play on the third base side. Kylan Swenson over on third, very eager to get home and tie this game. If the Comets give him any opportunity, he's going to score. I can just tell by the way he's leaning towards home and the amount of speed he gets off takeoff on his jump from the last couple of fouled balls off to that side. Carson Getty would like to get him home. We'll see if he can do that or not. Right now it's 1-0 Comets, 2-2, 2 away, runner on third, and a hit ball to short, and it gets past Max Ammerman, and scoring is Kylan Swenson on an RBI single by Carson Getty. And it's 1-1 now here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard.
Catcher Graham Hess.
It was all up to Max Ammerman, and it sure isn't that he didn't try. But that was a fast-moving ball, and about diving for it was about his only chance of potentially getting it. 2 away and a runner on first now with a 1-1 ball game. And that first pitch will miss for ball 1. It's Graham Hess, 0 for 0. He was walked the last time he was at the plate. He'll try the pickoff, and that was close, but he's back in time. A little bit high, ball 2. Getty with a leadoff on first, and Olsen will look over his shoulder at him, set and deliver the 2-0. And that one's high, and Zahir threatened to throw up to first, but Getty got back quickly. Ball 3. 3-0, so expect a free strike here. We'll see if Getty... I would imagine that Getty would not try to steal on a 3-0 count, but we've seen stranger things happen. And that was a low strike, in my humble opinion. It was very, very close to ball 4. 3-1, 2 away, runner on first in a 1-1 ball game. Can Graydon Olsen get himself out of a 3-0 hole? And he's back at 3-2, and Getty tried to take off for second, but the foul ball will force him to retreat. And now, after 3 balls, the count is full at 3-2. And we'll see if Olsen can finish it off here. Expect Getty to go here, and he will. And that's going to be fouled away, and now Getty will go back to first base one more time, and we'll do this all over again at 3-2. Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, Marvin Windows, and DMN Industries, just some of our many sponsors for Fargo Post 400 Baseball here in 2025, and we thank each and every one of them. Full count with 2 away, and Carson Getty on first. And the payoff pitch, and that one's fouled away again. So this will be payoff pitch number 4 coming up here on this at bat. It'll be pitch number 8 of the at bat for Graham Hess. Sawyer Hess awaits on deck should Graham Hess reach base with 2 away here. Payoff pitch number 4. Fouled away, and we'll do it again. That was unofficially pitch number 50 for Graydon Olsen. And he'll walk him. So now 2 runners are on, and Kindred pushes Getty on the walk into scoring position for Sawyer Hess.
Designated hitter, Sawyer Hess.
And the 0-1. Outside and low, ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Hess reached on that double error by the shortstop last time he was at the plate. That accounts for both errors in the game for Fargo Post 400. He'll stare back at second, wind, deliver the 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. And that one's fouled back as it goes off the top of the bat into the backstop. Almost like skipping a rock on a river. He skipped the baseball on the top of his bat. One, 2. Popped up. And it is gauged and caught by Owen Smith, and they will leave 2 on base. But they do get 1 across, and we're now tied at 1 here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. We have more coming up. Stay tuned. We'll be right back here on MSPN Digital Television.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, welcome back. 1-1 here between the Comets and the Vikings. And we got an update from Castleton. The Fargo Post 400 Astros have a 4-1 lead right now over the Castleton Haymakers. And I believe that I was told that game was in the 4th inning. So 4-1 Astros over Castleton. 1-1 here between the Comets and Kindred.
Leading off the bottom half of the 3rd inning for the Comets, shortstop number 10, Max Ammerman.
Max Ammerman, Graydon Olson, Tyler Frederick. Batters 9-1-2 for the Comets here in the bottom of the 3rd. And if I know what I think I think the 4-1 score for the Astros over Castleton puts some smiles on the face of some Kindred fans as well. So, of course, in the high school sports, those two are big rivals. Well, they're big rivals even in Legion baseball, for that matter. 0-1 to Ammerman. That one's a little bit high. Now we're at 1-1 to Ammerman. Once again, Graydon Olson's on deck. Frederick is in the hole. Jack McDonald on that last pitch was 33. This is pitch 34, according to my numbers. And that pitch 34 comes in for strike 21. 1-2 now here to Max Ammerman. If you follow MSPN on X, formerly known as Twitter, we have the MSPN broadcast schedule right there on the pinned to the top of our X account. That's where you can find the schedule link. You can find it scrolling through our community live, our community post on YouTube channel too. But there's no way to pin it on YouTube, at least not that I'm aware of. So it is pinned to the top of our X platform. He'll reach and send that one foul, and the 3-2 will do it over again. Comets strike first with the run in the bottom of the 2nd. Kindred responds with a run of their own in the top of the 3rd. That's where we sit right now here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com, where you can find something for everyone. And there is a walk to Max Ammerman, so he'll be on first base. That'll bring up Graydon Olson. As we go back to the top of the order now, Graydon Olson, part of a 1-2-3 inning outing for the Stars in the bottom half of the 1st, grounded out for the first out to the second baseman, Andy Traum, on a 4-3. And that pitch may have left his hand awkwardly, and it's 1-0 to Graydon Olson. Two balls and no strikes now to Graydon Olson. Once again, he grounded out on a 4-3 his last time at the plate. And now they throw up to second. They're going to get him. They're going to get him. Max Ammerman is caught stealing. That puts it out on the board and takes the runner off base. Pitch in the mix of all that came across for a ball, so they're potentially a pitch away from putting another batter back on base, and not that time, though. It's 3-1. And this one is going to be hit out into right field. That'll be a base hit, and they'll get him on first base. That's Graydon Olson. And then to bring up Tyler Frederick.
Third baseman, Tyler Frederick.
Fly out to the right fielder last time he was at the plate. One ball, one strike, one out, one runner on base. And the pitch, that's popped up. Foul territory. They will not have room to play that one. And this one, a ground ball over to Boloski. The second, now over to first. And he's safe at first. They get Olsen out at second, so that is out number 2.
Second baseman, Kelvin Jungling.
As they were not able to turn the 6-4-3, but they get the 6-4 part of it. And Kelvin Jungling, 0 for 1 on a ground out to the third baseman last time he was at the plate. And that particular ground out would end the first inning of play, which was about 30 minutes ago. And the force out at second on Frederick will end the inning.
No runs on one hit.
So they get a hit, but they get no runs. And it remains 1-1 here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And we're back with more here after 3 complete on MSPN Digital Television. Stay tuned.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
All right, welcome back. Graydon Olson continues on the mound here in a 1-1 game as we move to the top of the 4th inning now here at Starring Bank Field. We never did go around the bases for the Comets, and my apologies on that. Let's do that right now. We got Owen Smith at first base, Calvin Jungling at second, Max Ammerman the shortstop, Tyler Frederick at third, Zahir Miller catching, and Graydon Olson pitching. In the outfield, it's Cameron Bevel in left, Seth Egan in right, and Tucker Cozen in center field. And it'll be Tyler Gronwald leading things off here in the top of 4 for Kindred. And he's 0 for 1. He struck out swinging last time he was at. It's batters 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup here for Kindred in the top half of 4. And Olson will deliver the first pitch. And the first pitch is sent out into center field, and that'll drop for a base hit. So a hit and a runner on.
Kelby Erdman.
Kelby Erdman, the batter. He struck out swinging last time he was up as well. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one. If you caught the, I don't know if they're the Las Vegas Athletics or if they're just the Athletics or what they are, but they're the Athletics for sure. Swing and a miss, strike two. In the game yesterday, it was, drawing a blank on the name, Denzel Clark, the center fielder for the Athletics, just got some huge airtime and almost flipped himself over the wall in center field to make a fantastic catch and rob a home run on a ball that was probably a good 4 or 5 feet out of the ballpark. And we have that highlight on our X page if you want to go take a look at it. The last time I saw somebody jump like that, it was Michael Jordan to slam a basketball. So oh, they're going to call that a strike, I guess. Okay, I thought they called it a ball, but it'll go into the books as a strikeout looking. So Andy Traum grounded out to second base, 4-3 on his last at bat. And there's one away, and Traum will pop this one up, third base, and it'll drift over the top of our broadcast booth. I thought it was going to third base, but I guess it wasn't. Either that or it took a swift turn over our broadcast booth. So 0-1 with all that said and done. One pitch will hit for strike two. Brady Baumgarten is on deck for Kindred. One away, we'll see him if no double plays happen. We're 50 minutes into the ball game now. This is pitch 64 unofficially for Graydon Olson. And pitch 64 is going to be out of play. Festa will be the pitcher for the Minnesota Twins. They take on the Texas Rangers. Nice stolen base there by Gronwald. That Twins-Rangers game will start in about 10-15 minutes from now. That one's fouled away, and we'll stay right where we're at 1-2. Rangers got the best of the Twins yesterday. 16-4, I believe, was the final. A game that I was happy to not watch as the Stars won 2, and that was a little bit better than watching the Twins get demolished. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. And this one's going to get away. It's off the glove of Miller, and that will allow Gronwell to advance to third. Pushes the count to 2-2. Two-two delivery. This one, a bouncer right back, and they will throw home. And now they'll get in a rundown here on Gronwell between third and home. And he'll be tagged out, and oh, the throw was a little bit too high. They had a chance to get Traum out at third, but the throw was a little high, and I think if the throw would have been on the mark, I think it may have gotten there in time, which would have been a fantastic double play. But yeah, Gronwell cruising around the bases Traum cruising around the bases as they were running down Gronwell between third and home. They got the out that was there. So that's a good thing. And that's what they were looking for, and that's what they got. So Andy Traum will reach third on a fielder's choice. Two, 5, 1, 2, I think. I lost track of all of them. This one is going to center field. It'll drop for a hit, and that will allow Traum to score from third, and Kindred takes a 2-1 lead.
Left fielder, Kylan Swenson.
Kylan Swenson, as we return to the top of the order for the third time here for Kindred, is 1 for 2. He struck out swinging his first time, and now a throw up to second is not going to be in time, and Baumgartner will steal second. What I was saying earlier, Kylan Swenson struck out swinging his first time, and on his last at bat, he would hit one to deep right center, which will allow him to record the first triple against the Comets here at Starling Bank Field in 2025. Swing and a miss.
For Kindred in the top half of the fourth, one run, 2 hits.
They leave one, but they get one across as well, and they take a 2-1 lead on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard here on MSPN Digital Television. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned.
Mandy's of Fargo ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
When one of us comes up short,
We all come up short.
there's no vape in team.
Think there are only school supplies in your child's backpack? Think again. 5 e-cigarettes were hiding in plain sight. Parents, do your homework.
Learn more about vaping at health.mn.gov/e-cigarettes.
All right, welcome back. Owen Smith singled to left field last time he was at the plate. Left field and foul. And foul again down the third base side. So we'll stay at 1 and 2. Batters 4, 5, and 6 for the Comets here in the home half of 4. And he couldn't frame that one up for a strike, and it'll be ball 2. And there's ball 3. So full count now here to Owen Smith. Once again, he singled out into left field. I have Jack McDonald at 53 tosses so far. This will be pitch 54, according to my numbers. And that pitch 54 is in for ball 4, and it's a walk and puts Owen Smith on base. And a runner on for Seth Egan. First pitch to Egan's up high for a ball. It's 1-0. He reached on an inning-ending fielder. That's hard to say. Inning-ending fielder's choice. There we go. This one's going to be popped up, and it will bounce, but catcher Graham Hess was not able to secure it in his glove. Ball 2 here to Seth Egan. Zahir Miller awaits on, Zahir Miller awaits on deck. And this one's popped up, and it will be shortstop. Belaski making the catch, out number 1.
Catcher Zahir Miller.
Miller reached on an error, the lone error of the game for Kindred so far in this contest, as we've now reached the 1 hour mark of the ball game. And that one will go into the backstop and allow Owen Smith to get to second. And it's ball 3, or ball 1, I should say. Little bit outside. So Graham Hess lost the ball, got some help from some Kindred fans to locate it. And it's 3-0. So Hess will walk up the ball back to McDonald and share a few words, as on that pitch it will allow Owen Smith to get to third. So Owen Smith gets to second on a wild pitch, and then he gets to third on a wild pitch. And it's 3-0. And Miller will unlikely swing here. And he'll take ball 4 for the walk, and they'll put runners on the corners here for post 400.
Center fielder Tucker Cosin.
High and in for ball 1. So the last 5 pitches from Jack McDonald have been ball, 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 and ball. We'll see if we can get a strike here. No, just a little bit high. So 6 balls in a row to match his jersey number for Jack McDonald here at the 1 hour and 2 minute mark in the game. First and third for the Comets. Zahir Miller on first, Owen Smith on third in a 2-1 game. Go-ahead run is on first. Tying run is 90 feet away at third. 2 runs on 4 hits for Kindred so far, including a couple of post 400 errors. 3 balls and no strikes. So that's 8 or 7 in a row, actually. And there's a strike. So he ends the 7-pitch drought of a strike there by cashing in on that free strike. And there's strike 2. We'll see if McDonald can come back with a 3rd strike and put Cozen and his 2 teammates. Well, no, it's only 1 out, so we'll just put Cozen back to the dugout. Swing and a miss, and the throw up to second goes into center field. It's cut off. It's going to be a close play at home, but he slides in to tie the game, and Owen Smith makes it 2-2.
Left fielder Cameron Bevel.
And it wasn't a walk there. I pushed the wrong button.
Attention please, courtesy running at second base for the Comets, number 16, Peyton Oshner.
Peyton Oshner is courtesy running at second. And it's Cameron Bevel, the batter. And a 2-2 game now here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And strike is thrown. So 3-1 to Cameron Bevel. Max Ammerman awaits on deck for a potential opportunity to bat here in the home half of the 4th. They get one across, and they got the go-ahead run in scoring position here. And there's a strike. And now it's a full count at 3-2. Down to the final strike here, and we'll see if Bevel can get a pitch that he'll like to take a swing at. McDonald will set. Glance at the ground a couple times. Swing and a miss. And Jack McDonald strands Oshner on second, if I said that right. And Cameron Bevel will go down swinging, and that will bring us to the end of the 4th inning here as we are tied at 2-2 as the Comets get the tying run across the plate. And we head to the 5th now here on MSPN Digital Television. Stay tuned. Coming right back.
Mandy's of Fargo ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
All right, 2-2 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard as Graydon Olson will start his 5th inning of work here at the 1 hour and 7 minute mark of the ball game. And is the infamous number 0. Stanley Belaski, the shortstop. He's 0 for 2 today. Struck out swinging, and a pop out to the third baseman on his 2 trips to the plate so far. See if he can turn things around in the top half of the 5th. 2-2, 6 hits in the game, 4 for Kindred, 2 for the Comets. That one bounces off the shin pad of Zahir Miller for ball 1. 2 errors for the Comets, 1 error for Kindred. But the spot on the scoreboard that matters the most is that first one, the 2-2. And this one hit up high. And it's caught there by Tucker Cosen.
Right fielder Carson Getty.
Carson Getty's 1 for 2, ground out and a single. And he also scored 1 of the 2 runs here for Kindred. Ball 1. That single was past a diving Max Ammerman into shallow left center. Two-1 the count now here to Carson Getty. Graham Hess and Sawyer Hess are the next 2 batters, potentially. Fouled away, third base side to the left of our broadcast booth. And this one popped right back to the pitcher, and they get it over to first just in the nick of time. Olsen over to Smith for the 1-3 ground out on out number 2. And now it's up to Graham Hess to keep this inning going. Hess 0 for 0. Both times he's stepped up to the plate, he's been walked. And he sees another ball there. And according to my numbers, that was the 80th pitch for Graydon Olsen. 52 of them have found the strike zone. Here's the 1-0. Fouled back, and we're at 1-1. And that one will be fouled back behind the catcher. And it'll be a hard-earned strike 2 for Graydon Olsen. But he is ahead in the count. That one's served up to right field. And it'll be the second baseman, Kelvin Jungling, who makes the catch. And that will take care of business here in the top of the 5th. 2-2, and the Texas Rangers and Minnesota Twins in Minneapolis at Target Field has just started. So we'll give you updates on that game as we continue to go through this one here. It's game 1 of a doubleheader between Kindred and Fargo Post 400, and it is 2-2 after 4.5, or after 4, after 5.5. There we go. Let's go to a break, and we'll figure it out, and we'll be back in a moment.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, welcome back. Jack McDonald getting ready to start his 5th inning of work here for the Kindred Post 117 Vikings. And he will face off against batters 9, 1, and 2 for the Comets.
Shortstop, Max Ammerman.
And as you just heard, it's Max Ammerman who will start things off. He's 0 for 0 in this contest. He was walked the only time he stepped up to the plate so far. We'll see what happens this time around. Hour and 14 minutes into the ball game. The first pitch is low and out for a ball. It's 1-0 here to Max Ammerman. Gray Olson and Tyler Frederick are the scheduled batters at the top of the order after Max Ammerman. Once again, 9, 1, and 2 the batters here in the bottom of the 5th. And that pitch is low and inside for ball 2. So a pitch low and out and a pitch low and in for balls 1 and ball 2 for Max Ammerman. Jack McDonald with pitch 77 right here. And that is going to be called a strike, and it's 2-1. And this one hit foul off the first base side, and we're at 2-2 as a result. Once again, another thank you to our sponsors, including Frank's Lounge, Buffalo Wild Wings, Doolittle's Woodfire Grill, Sweet Shots, TCI Insurance, and the FM Convention Bureau, along with Marvin Windows, DMN Industries, for supporting Fargo Post 400 baseball here in 2025. And that pitch will result in ball 3, and we have a full count here to Max Ammerman now. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of 5, 2-2 ball game on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And time is called as Ammerman will step out of the box, make a couple of adjustments, step back in, and now time is called again. And this one is a ground ball out towards second. Picked up there by Andy Trom, and he does indeed get it to Erdman in time for the out. And it's 1 down here on the full count pitch to Max Ammerman. He grounds out on a 4-3, and it brings up Graydon Olson. So that pitch there was pitch 80 for McDonald. And now a pitcher versus pitcher battle here between McDonald and Graydon Olson, the batter. And this one is fouled away for strike 1. And this one's going to right field. And I'll drop for a base hit.
Third baseman, Tyler Frederick.
So Gray Olson has a second single now out into right field. And a strike is called. 0-1 here to Tyler Frederick. He's 0 for 2. Fly out to right field and reached on a fielder's choice last time he was at the plate. The 0-2 swung on and golf swinged up into right field. And that one will bounce for a base hit for Tyler Frederick. So he's no longer a 0 on the scorecard. He'll be 1 for 3. And that puts 2 runners on base.
Second baseman, Calvin Jungling.
For Calvin Jungling. And now the go-ahead run for the Comets is in scoring position on second. That is Graydon Olson. Calvin Jungling 0 for 2. Ground out to third. Reached on a fielder's choice. And a strike is called on the pitch to the outside edge of the plate, and it's 0-1. One away. Do they call a bunt here? That's, it's a possibility. They won't call a bunt anymore because it's a 2-strike count. Nothing in 2. Swing and a miss. Strikeout. That's out number 2.
First baseman, Owen Smith.
Batter 4 in the lineup, Owen Smith. 1 for 1. He's reached base both times. First time it was a single to left field. The second time it was a walk. And this one fouled off into the netting here on the third base side, just in front of the Kindred dugout. Once again, the runners on base for the Comets are Graydon Olson on second, Tyler Frederick on first. 2 away and an 0-1 pitch. Up high, 1-1. 1-1. And the pitch. A little bit high. 2 balls and a strike. It's cooled down since first pitch. It was 80 at first pitch, and now we're into the low 70s already. And that's ball 3. Well, it just bumped up to 75, so now we're in the mid-70s. We were at 74 literally 90 seconds ago. 3 balls and a strike, and McDonald has to be careful here. Oh, that's going to be a diamond cutter up into center field. Not the diamond cutter that a good buddy of mine would like to see, but that will score a run. And Owen Smith gets an RBI single on that.
Right fielder, Seth Egan.
So Frederick moves up to second on the RBI single by Owen Smith. That scores Graydon Olson from second, and Seth Egan is the batter now. And Seth Egan will punch that one into left field, and they will load the bases on that single. So he first pitch, he was 0 for 2 prior to that. Now he gets a single, and he's 1 for 3, and the bases are loaded with 2 outs. And here comes the next batter, and that will be Zahir Miller. But first, we'll have a visit to the mound here for Kindred Post 117. Once again, a big thank you to our sponsors here. Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, Buffalo Wild Wings, Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill. Tomorrow on MSPN, we'll have the Fargo Post 400 Stars taking on the Mandan Chiefs. Doubleheader, game 1 of that DH starts at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Will be on the air somewhere between 5:10 and 5:15. So Jack McDonald will stay on the mound at the moment as the visit is now concluded. As they just want to talk over a bases loaded situation here with Zahir Miller, who is a wild card when it comes to if he'll hit it deep or if he'll hit a grounder. And this is a grounder foul to the third base side for strike 1. He's 0 for 1. He reached on an error, and then he reached on a walk. He'll jump out of the way of that one and even up the count of the ball on a strike. 3-2 Comets here in the bottom of the 5th. 3 runs on 6 hits and 1 error for Kindred. Up to this point, bases are loaded, and it is a 1 ball or 2 balls, 1 strike count now here to Zahir Miller. Tyler Frederick, the runner on 3rd. Owen Smith, the runner on 2nd. Seth Egan, the runner on 1st for Fargo Post 400. And that'll be a strike, and we're at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded, 2 out, and time called by Zahir Miller. Tucker Cozen is the batter on deck. We'll see if we see him this inning or not, though. Oh, and they will not. That was strike 3, and that will strand all 3 runners on base.
No Kindred errors, 3 runners left on base. We go to the top half of the 6th inning. The Comets lead 3-2.
All right, you just heard it, 3-2 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard.
Score update from Castleton. They're going to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Post 400 Astros 6. The Castleton Junior Legion team 6.
So 6-6 in the bottom of the 5th between the Fargo Post 400 Astros and the Castleton Haymakers. So there's an update from that game. And we'll be back with more in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
All right, here's the first pitch to Sawyer Hess. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Hess 0 for 2, reached on air and then popped out to the first baseman. Right now, the Twins and Rangers are in the top of the 2nd with no score, and Rangers batting. That one's fouled off for strike number 2. And just as I give you the score update, the Rangers hit a solo home run. Now they have a 1-0 lead in the top of the first, or in the top of the 2nd. There's a swing and a miss for Sawyer Hess, and that is a strikeout swinging. And that's out number 1. Now bring up Tyler Gronwald.
Baseman Tyler Gronwald.
We're at an hour 28 in this game so far, with 1 away here in the top of the 6, ball 1. Comets score 1 in the bottom of the 2nd. Kindred gets one back in the top of the 3rd to tie it at 1-1. As that was a swing and a miss for a strike to Tyler Gronwald. Comets would not score in the bottom of the 4th. It would remain 1-1 going to, or the bottom of the 3rd, excuse me. It would remain 1-1 going to the 4th, where both teams would score a run. And it'd be 2-2. Kindred failed to plate any runs across the plate in the top of the 5th. Comets capitalized in the bottom half of that 5th inning, and that's where we sit now at 3-2. One ball and 2 strikes. And there's a strikeout.
First baseman,
Kelby Erdman is the batter now here with 2 away. First pitch is apparently going to miss inside, maybe a little high for a ball. Erdman's 0 for 2. He struck out swinging the first time. He struck out looking the second time. And the 1-0. And that is down for ball 2. Hour and 30. We're an hour and a half into this ball game now here in the top of the 6. Going along at a good pace, I would say. As that one's fouled off hard into the Fargo post 400 dugout or close to it. Strike 1. And the 2-1 pitch. And now it will be ball 3. Still says it's 75. It feels cooler than that, as the sun has gone behind the clouds for the most part. 3-1 pitch is low. That'll walk him and put a runner on first.
Your attention, please. Hitting for Trom, number 17, Jeremy Knight. Correction. Running at first base, number 17, Jeremy Knight. Coming to the plate for the Vikings, second baseman, Andy Trom.
There we go. I was like, I think he juggled that up a little bit, but so Jeremy Knight running on first base here for Kindred. And Andy Trom batting. He's 0 for 2. Ground out to the second baseman. Reached on the fielder's choice. Throw out to second. It's a good throw. And the tag is applied, and that will end the inning. Jeremy Knight is caught stealing, and that will strand Andy Trom. He will be the first batter in the top of the 7th.
No runs, no hits, no errors.
And it's the Comets 3, the Vikings 2 here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. We're back in a moment here on MSPN Digital Television. Stay tuned.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
All right, new pitcher on the mound here, Stanley Boloski for Kindred. He'll come over from shortstop, and Jack McDonald will swap with him and go over to shortstop. All right, so once again, Stanley Boloski, the new pitcher. I had Jack McDonald at 97 pitches unofficially, 44 balls and 53 strikes, according to my unofficial numbers. And Boloski, when he finishes his warm-ups here, will face batters 7, 8, and 9, the bottom of the order here for the Comets. Couple of strikeouts looking, and he was looking that time and had to duck down on a wild pitch that left Boloski's hand maybe not the way he wanted it to. It is ball 1 as a result. And that one's ball 2, so one couple of pitches here he'll have to shake off on his start on the mound here in the bottom of the 6th. Boloski's job here is to keep the score 3-2. And ball 3, it's not looking good at this point here, as he's potentially a pitch away from walking his first batter of the game. There he gets a strike. Nice pitch. So nice recovery after falling behind 3-0. Throws a strike on the edge and a strike down the middle. And a payoff pitch now here for Boloski. This one grounded out towards first, and that should be an easy out, as stepping on the bag is Erdman, and that'll be a direct ground out to first. So out number 1.
Your attention, please. Hitting for Bevel, number 34, Josh Tandesky.
So Cameron Bevel, who's 0 for 2 with a flyout and a strikeout, is going to be swapped out in the number 8 spot. And it'll be Josh Tandesky hopping into the number 8 spot here. It'll be his first at-bat in the game, or first plate appearance. We'll see if he can turn it into an at-bat. 1 ball, no strike. Bottom of the 2nd, the Twins have a runner on a hit to center field, but they still trail 1-0. We'll keep you updated on that game. 2-0 turns into a 2-1. And ball 3. So we are in the bottom of the 6th here, and it's 3-2 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. Frank's Lounge, Buffalo Wild Wings, among others, supporting Fargo Post 400 baseball this 2025 season, and we certainly appreciate them, along with Sweet Shots and Doolittle's Woodfire Grill, FM Convention Bureau, Marvin Windows, D&M Industries, and Dakota Fins and Feathers, along with Mandy's of FargoND.com. And a full count walk. We'll put Josh Tandesky on base, so his plate appearance will remain a plate appearance and not an at-bat. They're going to make some more changes here, potentially. Yes, they are. They're going to make a change, a runner.
Re-entering and running at first base is number 6, Carson Bevel.
So Carson Bevel will come in and run for Josh Tandesky.
Coming to the plate for the Comets, number 6, Max Ammerman.
Max Ammerman's 0 for 1. He was walked his first time up, grounded out to, I believe it was a 4-3 on his last trip to the plate. He's down in the count 0-2 now. Swing and a miss, and it's a strikeout for Stanley Boloski.
Pitcher Graydon Olson.
And Graydon Olson will come to the plate now. Comets looking to potentially add an insurance run, but they're down to their final out, and the runner's still on first base as they try and pick him off to no avail. One 0. Olson 2 for 3, ground out to second, and a pair of singles to right field. So he faces a 2-0 count now. And the pitch is high for 3-0. So Boloski has to be careful here. Another pitch like that will put a runner in scoring position here for the Comets. And Boloski delivers, and he delivers a little low. It should have been ball 4. Score, yeah, there we go. Took a while for him to walk.
Tyler Frederick.
So runners on first and second now, and the Comets are a base hit away from potentially adding an insurance run here in the bottom of the 6th, leading 3-2 on the Fargo, Mandy's, the FargoND.com scoreboard. Tyler Frederick 1 for 3, fly out to right, a fielder's choice, and a single to right. Outside, that one will pop away, and it will pop away just enough to allow the runners to advance. So Bevel on third, Olson on second, and a base hit could be brutal here for Kindred if they are able to get one. 1 ball, no strike, and that one's going to catch the way outside edge of the plate there. 1-1. And this one pops straight up. And that'll be an out. And that will strand 2 runners on base. Mission accomplished for Stanley Boloski and the Kindred Vikings. They keep the score 3-2 heading into the top of the 7th. Kindred needs at least 1 to force this game beyond the next half inning. We'll see if they can do it when we return after this. My favorite song is being played by our DJ, so we'll go to a break and I'll listen to my favorite song. Be right back.
When one of us comes up short,
we all come up short.
There's no vape in team.
All right, Jack Bjornsson will come in and try and close this one out here for the Comets. 3-2. Fargo Post 400 has the lead on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And Bjornsson will face the batters 8, 9, and 1. It's Traum, Baumgarten, and Swenson.
14, Grant Goddard.
And they will make a change. Oh, wait, no, he just announced a new pitcher. That's what it was. So Looks like looking around the bases, looks like everybody else is in the same spot. We're at 1 hour and 43 in this game right now. Once again, tomorrow on MSPN, we'll have the Fargo Post 400 Stars taking on the Mandan Chiefs. Graydon Olson, I had him down unofficially for 95 pitches. 62 of them found the strike zone.
Leading off the top half of the 7th for Kindred, second baseman Andy Traum.
All right, we'll see if Jack Bjornson can close this one out now here for the Comets. First pitch from Bjornson is on the way, and it is a ground ball out towards second. Picked up, and the backhanded throw on a hop gets there in time for out number 1. Just barely, though. And Andy Traum will ground out on a 4-3, a long 4-3, almost from the shortstop position on that 4-3. Maybe call it a 4.5-3. I don't know. Just making that up there. First pitch here to Brady Baumgarten is out for a ball. He is 1 for 2. He had a ground out to the shortstop, and then he had a single out into center field. Two balls and a strike now here to Brady. Kylan Swenson, top of the order, is the scheduled batter right after this one. And the 2-1. And that's a little bit low, and we're at 3-1 now. And they'll walk him. So Kylan Swenson struck out swinging. He had the triple to right center, and then he struck out looking in that order on his 3 plate appearances. 3 at-bats, and now he'll have plate appearance number 4. We'll see if he can turn that one into an at-bat or not. He'll try and pick off Baumgarten on first, and he's back in time with no problem. 1 hour and 47 minutes time of game so far here in the top of the 7th. Kindred's down to their final 2 outs. They need at least 1 run. And that is a hard hit ball that is foul, just barely foul, down the third base line. It was that close to being a fair ball. So Bjornson with its 8th pitch of the inning now here. Runner goes. This one's heading out into center field, and it'll drop for a base hit. So now the tying run is in scoring position. The go-ahead run is on first base. So they get a base hit on that.
Pitcher Stanley Pulaski.
We'll see if Kindred can capitalize on this first and second scenario here. He'll show bunt. And it's a nice bunt there. Bjornson will run up, fire over to first, get the out, and that bunt does its job. It gets his teammates over to second and third and puts the second out on the board and brings up Stanley Pulaski.
Right fielder
Check that.
Carson Getty.
I'm a batter behind. My apologies. We're at Carson Getty. That was Stanley Belaski who laid down the bunt. Carson Getty's 1 for 3 with a ground out to third, a single to left center, and a ground out back to the pitcher. First pitch here to Getty is in for a ball, and it's 1-0. So second and third, a base hit could really help Kindred right about now. And it's a high bouncing ball to short. He'll pick up, throw it over to first. It's off the mark. And coming in from second around third on the throwing error will be Kylan Swenson. And on that error, Carson Getty will take second base, and the Kindred post 117 Vikings in the top of the seventh take a 4-3 lead. So that leaves the lone runner on second. And it's a ball. Once again, it's Carson Getty on second. And he has some speed in his legs. Ball 2. Graham Hesse is the, or I'm sorry, Graham Hess, my apologies, is the batter. He's 0 for 1. Walk, and a fly out to the second baseman, or a pop out, probably, better way to describe that. 2 balls and no strikes, and this is a ground ball over to third. He'll fire over to first. This time it gets there with no error. They strand one on base, but Kindred gets exactly what they needed. They get a couple runs across the plate. And now it's up to Fargo post 400 to see if they can walk it off in the bottom of the 7th. We will be back to see what happens right after this. Stay tuned.
Mandy's of Fargo ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, Stanley Belaski will go into his second inning of work here in the bottom of the 7th. Kindred able to snag the lead in the top half of the 7th with a pair of runs, and now it's going to be Calvin Junglin, Owen Smith, and Seth Egan pending changes. Batters 3, 4, and 5. And we'll see if, at minimum, they would like to tie it up and force extras, but I know with that deep down inside, they'd like to walk this one off and end it and not lose game 1 of the doubleheader, where they didn't really have a commanding lead at any point in this contest. But I think the top of the 7th, they did let the game slip away from them, and it's their chance now in the bottom of the 7th here to try and recover from that. So far, every time Kindred has scored, the Comets have scored in the top half of the next half inning. They're in the bottom of the third in Minneapolis. Texas has a 2-0 lead over the Twins. Twins also have a runner on second base. It's Brooks Lee at the moment. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that'll miss for ball one. And we're even at 1 ball, 1 strike to Calvin Jungling, who's 0 for 3. Ground out to third, reached on the fielder's choice, and struck out swinging on his 3 trips to the plate today. 1-1, swung on, and that one's hit out, and a base hit in the left field. And the tying run is on the bag.
First baseman, Owen Smith.
Batter 4 in the lineup, Owen Smith, 2 for 2. He had a walk that was sandwiched by 2 singles, 1 to left, and then the second one to left center, past the shortstop on his most recent at-bat. Strike called there, 0-1 to Owen Smith. Seth Egan awaits in the on-deck circle. Once again on first is Calvin Jungling. Belaski will stare down Jungling on first and send the pitch outside to even the count of the ball on a strike, 1-1. That's the 7th hit of the ball game here for the Fargo Post 400 Comets. And this one will also find the gap into right field. Will they send Jungling to third? No, they will not. It's a base hit, 2 runners on, and now you could look at the potential of a possible bunt here. So they find the 5-6 hole to left. They find the 3-4 hole to right. And now they have runners on first and second with nobody out, and Seth Egan's 1 for 3. Fielder's choice, fly out in a single, and now we're going to have a visit to the mound here really quick for Kindred. And a courtesy runner is going to come in, and that is going to be Peyton Oshner. So it looks like Coach Almaris out there on the mound. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Talking over a couple of situations here with runners on first and second. Saying if the ball is hit here, go there. If it's hit there, go over there. I'm pretty sure he's discussing various scenarios for bunting here, as he pointed in both directions, which is, in most scenarios in this, the bunt will go towards the third base line, but we have seen it in other situations go down the first base line. So we'll see if a bunt is on tap here for the Comets, or if they're just going to go full swing here. Base hit is what they need to tie the game. No square up for a bunt here. It's 0-1 to set Seth Egan. Zahir Miller is the scheduled batter on deck, and it looks like he is indeed on deck as I take a glance over in that direction. 0-1. And now time is called here by Egan. Three minutes in front of the 2-hour mark. 1:57 time of the game so far. And a nice grab by Graham Hess to make sure those runners stay where they're at. Byron Buxton just hit a 3-run homer, and the Twins take a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the second. So I'm pumped about that personally. Right now there's no outs in the bottom of the third of that Twins game. 1-2 here with no outs as well. This one hit out into left field, and it is going to be over the head of the left fielder. Kylan Swenson. Rounding third is Calvin Junglin. They're going to send Oshner through, and the throw is not there. And the Fargo Post 400 Comets walk it off on a 2-run RBI single by Seth Egan, and they win the game by the score of 5-4.
2 runs on 3 hits. No Kindred errors. Your final score in game 1, the Comets 5, Kindred 4.
A back-and-forth game, and a tough one for the Vikings to take here on the losing side of the scoreboard. But the Comets will walk it off in the bottom of the 7th on a nice hit by Seth Egan. Time of the game, 1 hour and 59 minutes. And we will have game 2 of this doubleheader. If you thought that was the end, it's not even close. We got one more game, and if it's anything like game 1, we should be in for another dandy. We'll take a timeout here, and we'll be back with game number 2 in just a moment. Stay tuned. We're coming right back. All right, welcome back. Starting Bank Fields, they're introducing the starters for Game 2. So as soon as the starters are finished, they will go to the national anthem. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back with first pitch of Game 2. And let's hope that Game 2 lives up to the hype of Game 1. A walk-off win for the Fargo Post 400 Comets. At a point in the game where it looked like Kindred may have taken the lead and may have done a good enough job to win that first game, but the Comets fought back in the bottom of the 7th, and they were able to walk it off. 5-4 your final in game number 1. So onward to game number 2 now. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more here in just a little bit. Stay tuned.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information, or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
All right, welcome back. Brady Baumgarten will be the first batter for Kindred here, and we'll go around the bases. And the first pitch is going to go bounce foul for a strike. Baumgarten had a hit in the first game as well as a ground out. If you missed that, the clip of the of the game-winning hit has just been posted to our MSPN Digital TV X account. You can find that by searching MSPN DTV on X. Your starting pitcher here for the Fargo Post 400 Comets is Tyler Frederick. Swing and a miss, and that is good for strike 2. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now here to Brady Baumgarten. And 2-2 the count now. So around the bases, you got Gavin Keller for the Comets at first, Peyton Oshner at second, Calvin Jungling the shortstop, and Jack Bjornsson at third. And that one's high and in, and so full count at 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Baumgarten. In the outfield, it's Cameron Bevel and left. Seth Egan, the game-winning hit in Game 1, is playing right field, and Grant Goddard is in center field for the Stars. Did that one hit him? Yes, it did. Well, even if it didn't hit him, it would have been ball 4. So either way, he's on base, and that will bring us to Kylan Swenson. Time of the first game, 1 hour and 59 minutes. We'll see if this one has a similar, quicker, or slower pace. And that's a hard hit ball to third, almost caught by Bjornsson, but we'll see if they charge that as a hit or an error. I was undecided, and they're going to charge it as an error.
Batting third, right fielder number 25.
It was a line drive hit. So now 2 runners are on. And Carson Getty is the batter. So Getty batting third in the lineup here in game number 2. And that one will just miss on the outside edge of the plate for ball 1. Dylan Stone is the batter on deck with nobody out. If a triple play doesn't happen, we'll see Dylan Stone this inning. It's now the top of the 5th in the Twins game, and the Twins still have the 3-2 lead thanks to that top of the third bottom of the third 3-run homer by Byron Buxton. It's a hard hit ball right over to Oshner, and he catches it. And they get 2 outs on that as they tag out Baumgartner at second.
Number 9, Dylan Stone.
So a line drive for Getty, caught by the second baseman, and then over to the short, or over to tag out the guy at second. Puts 2 outs and leaves a runner on first. And Dylan Stone now sees a 1 ball, no strike count. So the Comets, after committing the error, which could have gone either way maybe, in my humble opinion.
Nice jump, Kylan.
Get 2 quick outs to follow it up as Kylan Swenson snags second. 2 balls and no strikes to Dylan Stone, and Stone will pop that one up, push it foul off the first base side for strike number 1. It's a hard hit ball. It finds the gap into left field. They're going to send Kylan Swenson, and the throw home is going to be cut off by third baseman Bjornsson, and Kindred takes a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first. It is an RBI single for Dylan Stone. Scoring Swenson from second. Here's Graham Hess. So Tyler Frederick, on his 12th pitch, allows the first run of the game. That pitch is a little in, and Zahir Miller, the playing catcher, jumped up and made sure that Stone stayed at first base. 1-0, and now it's 2-0, and that's going to send Stone up to second on a pass ball. So it's 2-0 now here to Graham Hess. Three and 0. They're now through 4.5 in Minneapolis. Twins still leading 3-2 over the Texas Rangers. And there's a walk, a 4-pitch walk to Graham Hess, puts him on base and puts runners on first and second now here for Kindred. Leading 1-0 here in the top of the first.
Shortstop number 0.
On the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. Mandy's of FargoND.com, where you can find something for everyone. Stanley Belaski is the batter now. And Belaski fires that one over, just over to the right side of our press box. Had that been a little bit lower, it may have smashed the window on the right side of our press box. That's how close it was. That one will miss, and we're at 1-1 now to Belaski, who had a pop out to third and a fly out to left center on the game one. High bouncer over the pitcher, snagged by the second baseman, turn on the throw, and the runner is safe. Not much he could do on that one. It'll be an infield hit, and I'll put runners on all of the bases.
Batting 7th for Kindred, the catcher number 7, Max Bernier.
So Tyler Frederick finds himself in a bases-loaded scenario with 2 outs here. We'll see if he can pitch his way out of this one. High for ball 1. Dylan Stone, the runner on third. Graham Hess, the runner on second. Stanley Belaski, the runner on first for Kindred. 1 ball, no strike, and the pitch. Swung on, hit up high left field. And that is going to go over the head of Cameron Bevel in left field. 2 runs will score. 3 runs will score. Check that. Yeah, 3 runs will score. And it is now 4-0 in favor of Kindred here in the top of the first.
Batting 8th for Kindred, second baseman number 8, Gabe Iverson.
So bases clearing 3-run RBI double for Max Bernier. Gabe Iverson is the batter now, and it looks like we'll have a courtesy runner.
Your attention, please.
Number
Courtesy
7
running at second base.
or no?
Number 3, Sawyer Hess.
Number 3, it's Sawyer Hess. And now Sawyer Hess will take third as the pitch comes across for ball 1. And Kindred is in business here in game 2. And that Frederick a little frustrated with that pitch. I think he thought it was a strike. And the frustration continued to show as he couldn't even catch the ball. It was thrown back by Miller, and now he throws the ball into the dirt, and it's 5-0. And somehow, some way, the Comets are going to have to figure out how to cure the frustration of Tyler Frederick. 3 balls and no strikes. That allows Hess to come in from third. And that is a... Oh, and he didn't make the catch at first. And now another runner is on. And that'll be an error. So Gabe Iverson will reach on an error.
Batting 9th for Kindred, left fielder number 6, Jack McDonald.
Jack McDonald has a chance to do some more damage here in the top of the first. They've done most of this damage with 2 outs on the board. And the pitch. And that one gets away too. Into the backstop, and now Gabe Iverson gets a free trip to second. One ball, no strikes. There's a strike. Oh, they called it a ball. Okay, never mind. It's ball 2. I thought it was a strike. There's a strike. And that, okay, so it was 1 and 2 earlier. And now he strikes out looking. So that will take care of business here in the
For Kindred in the top half of the first, 5 runs on 3 hits. 2 Comet errors, 1 runner left on base. We go to the bottom half of the first inning. Kindred 5, the Comets coming to the plate.
All right, we'll see if the Comets can respond here in the bottom of the first. And they are in a big hole to start this game. It is 5-0 Kindred on the Fargo, Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard, and we're back with more in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
All right, there's a look at Kylan Swenson. He'll be your starting pitcher here for Kindred in Game 2 of this doubleheader as they get an early 5-0 lead here over the Fargo Post 400 Comets. Calvin Jungling, who scored the tie-in run on that walk-off hit by Seth Egan in the first game. And the first pitch here to Jungling is delivered for a strike. Jungling had a hit in that first game. And also the ground out and reached on an error, and this one's fouled away for strike 2. Ooh, and they will consider that hit by a pitch. It certainly wasn't intentional, that's for sure, but Jungling was expecting that one to go over his head, and it just plopped right down on the top of his helmet.
Second baseman number 16, Peyton Oshner.
That's probably one of the more unique hit by a pitches that I have seen in the game of baseball. Peyton Oshner is the batter here for the Comets. And that will be ball 2. And Oshner will pop this one up. And calling off everybody else is the second baseman, Gabe Iverson, and that will put an out on the board, keep the runner on first.
Third, designated hitter number 20, Owen Smith.
And Owen Smith had a good game 1. He had 3 hits, 1 to left, 1 to center, 1 to right. So he was a home run shy of the hit cycle. If there is such a thing, I may have just made that up. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count here to Owen Smith. And the runner will take off. Got a slow jump, but he'll get in standing. That's Calvin Jungling on the slow steal. And the pitch came across as a ball, so it's 2-1.
Here you go, 2. Here you go, 2. Come on, kid.
Batting fourth for post 400, right fielder number 13, Seif Egan.
That pitch comes across for a strike. Two balls and a strike now.
Bend that back leg.
And a walk, and now the bases are loaded. Jack Bjornsson is the batter.
Comets, third baseman number 3, Jack Bjornsson.
Bjornsson will see that pitch come in a little bit low for a 1-0 count. And we already have a visit to the mound now here for Kindred. And apologize there. I had some issues with our buttons. And
Center fielder number 14, Grant Goddard.
so Jungling scores. Smith to third, Egan to second. Bjornsson on first now. Swing and a miss, strike one. 1 out. They get 1 run across the plate. We'll see if they can get any more. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Grant Goddard is the batter. Did not play in the game 1, so this is his first trip to the plate today. Now miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Grant Goddard. So 2 outs on the board now. Gavin Keller.
Now it's first baseman number 21, Gavin Keller.
2 outs and the base is loaded. We'll see if Kylan Swenson can pitch his team out of this scenario. Outside for a ball, 1-0. It has gotten chilly, rather chilly. Between games, I went down to grab a burger and saw a lot of people trading in their T-shirts for a hoodie.
Fight back.
3 balls and no strikes now here. We'll see if Gavin Keller can pitch a strike or not. High, ball 4, that'll walk in a run. And it's 5-2 now as Owen Smith comes in from third on the walk.
23, Zahir Miller.
Egan up to third, Bjornsson up to second. The Twins just scored 2 more runs. They now lead 5-2 in the bottom of the 5th. Same score here, 5-2 in favor of Kindred, 5-2 in favor of the Minnesota Twins. We'll see whose favorite team comes out on top in both of these contests. Swing and a miss from Miller, that's strike 2. Tying run for the Comets is on base. High, ball 2. Swing and a miss. They'll strand 3 on the strikeout as Miller went and chased that one and paid the price, the ultimate price.
2 runs on 1 hit.
They do get a couple across the plate, though, and that will do it for inning number 1. It's 5-2 in favor of Kindred here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And we'll be back in just a moment here on MSPN Digital Television. Stay tuned.
Update from Castleton. Final score in Game 1. The Post 400.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, welcome back. 5-2 in favor of the Kindred Post 117 Vikings, and they bring out the bats once again with the top of the order batters 1, 2, and 3. Baumgarten, Swenson, and Getty will be the batters that we see this inning here. Tyler Frederick still on the mound. He'll start his second inning of work. He had 28 pitches in the first inning. While we're on break, the Twins scored another run. They now lead 6-2 with 2 away and a runner on second in the bottom of the 5th.
Come on, Brady, go on, kid.
The Fargo Post 400 Astros won Game 1 against Castleton by the final score 12-6. Here's a direct ground out to first for out number 1 as Baumgartner, who was 0 for 0 with a walk, is now 0 for 0 with a walk and a ground out.
Pitcher Kylan Swenson.
Or 0 for 1, I should say. And also, so once again, the Astros won 12-6 over the Castleton Haymakers in Game 1 of their doubleheader in Castleton. They're in the top of the first right now, and the Astros have a 2-1 lead in the top of the first. So more to come from that game, more to come from the Twins game, and obviously more to come from this game that you're watching right here. And that will be hit by a pitch. I'll put a runner on. Kylan Swenson will reach first with maybe a little bruise on his left leg. And Carson Getty will step up to the plate. He had that line drive rocket to Peyton Ochsner at second that resulted in a double play. And he'll foul this one out of the batter's box for strike one. And cleaning the plate or something, I don't know, Tyler Frederick talking to the other umpire, and now the home plate umpire gives the finger to give Frederick the okay to go ahead and pitch. So and the runner will go. Miller off to the left side, and had that been more on target, they may have gotten him. 1 ball, 1 strike to Carson Getty. And Kylan Swenson steals second. Tip foul and a strikeout.
Third baseman, Dylan Stone.
Dylan Stone hit a single to left field to start that 5-run inning in the top of the first last time he was at the plate. Stone pops it up. Miller takes his mask off, realizes that he can't do anything about it, puts his mask back on, and fires the new ball up to Frederick. Bouncing ball to short. He will not get it there in time. He is safe, and runners are on the corners.
Pressure on 4.
Already 3 errors in this game now for the Comets. And that puts runners on the corners here for Kindred, who lead by 3, and brings up Graham Hess, who was walked last time he was at the plate. 2 away now here in the top of the second. And this one, hard hit ball to short. 1 bounce, a short toss to second for the force out on Stone, and that will leave 2 stranded on base and bring us to the middle of 2. It remains 5-2 Kindred here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And we're back with more in just a moment on MSPN Digital Television. Stand tuned.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo.
All right, and the first pitch to Cameron Bevel just came across the plate. It's ball 1. And now a swing and a miss for strike one. And there is, oh, really? Yeah, okay, yeah, it is strike two. I didn't see him he wasn't too emphatic about calling that strike. And they're calling that a ball. And I think I hear in the background a few Kindred fans like, are you sure about that? And there's no question about that. That's ball three. That one's going to be popped up foul, so we'll stay at 3-2. We'll have another payoff pitch. 5-2 Kindred here in the bottom of the second on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard.
Good pitch.
That'll walk him. Runners on. It's Bevel, and now brings up Calvin Jungling. Last time Calvin Jungling was at the plate, an awkward pitch from Swenson ended up hitting Jungling right on the top of his helmet. And this one is going to center field and left center, more center than left center. And Brady Baumgarten will make the catch for out number one.
Second baseman, Peyton Oshner.
Peyton Oshner now for one, the pop out to the second baseman. We'll take the first pitch for ball one here. Owen Smith with one out. If no double plays occur, will be the next batter. And there's a strike, and it's 1-1. That was close at first, but Bevel makes it back in time. 2 balls and a strike now here to Oshner. And Oshner pops that one up, foul territory. And it will be the pitcher, Kylan Swenson, who comes over and makes the catch, taking it away from Graham Hess, who probably could have easily had the catch as well. Luckily for Kindred, somebody got the catch. And that puts out 2 on the board. Owen Smith, and Bevel takes off for second.
All right, leave him there.
Owen Smith is 0 for 0. He was walked last time he was at the plate.
Good pitch.
And that pitch will just miss on the outside for ball 3. Three balls and no strikes, and a 5-2 lead with a runner in scoring position, and now a runner on first base as well with the walk. 4-pitch walk puts Owen Smith on base and brings up the hero of game 1, Seth Egan, who had the 2-run hit to left center field to score the tying run from second and the winning run from first base. And now he's in a first and second base scenario again. Ball 1 to Seth Egan. He was walked last time he was at the plate. So the Post 400 Comets trying to chip away at this 5-2 deficit. And that one's hit up high, left field, running after it. Will one of them get there? They will. It'll be Jack McDonald, the left fielder, who makes the catch. And that will strand 2 on base. And we go now through to the end of the second.
No Kindred errors, 2 runners left on base. We go to the top half of the 3rd inning. Kindred still leads 5-2.
All right, we'll be back in a moment here on MSPN Digital Television.
Doolittle's Wood Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Woodfire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Leading off the top half of the third inning for Kindred, shortstop number 0, Stanley Bolaski.
Stanley Bolaski is the batter here for Kindred in the top half of the third. It's batter 6, 7, and 8 as that one gets away into the backstop for ball number 1. Bolaski is 1 for 1 in this game here. He singled the left field on his last at bat. That pitch, did it cross the strike zone? They're going to say no, 2-0. That one's going to be hit up and foul off the third base side, and that'll be good for strike 1, and it's 2-1 now here to Stanley Bolaski. Max Bernier and Gabe Iverson will be the next 2 batters that we see. And that one is popped up foul off the first base side. So 2-2 as a result. And a little bit high, ball 3. And ball 4 will walk him. Puts the runner on base. Brings up Max Bernier.
Max Bernier.
Bernier 1 for 1 with a double to left field. And this one he fouls off to the right-hand side for strike number 1. Going to the middle of the 6th. Twins coming up to bat. They lead 6-2. Stolen. Ooh, did he come off the base or did he get back on in time? He got back on in time, but Bolaski maybe a little too much speed there. But he is able to take second as the pitch comes across for a ball, so it's 1-1 now to Max Bernier, and he'll hit this one to center field. Looks like Goddard will have it, and they're good. Yeah. And now the throw to third. Oh, that was close, but he got there. So a fly out to center field.
Second baseman, Gabe.
And Stanley Bolaski will tag on second and make it the third in time. And now Gabe Iverson is the batter. Reached on an error last time he was at the plate. One ball, no strike. 1 out. 5-2. Kindred looking to extend that lead with their runner on third. It's Bolaski. And that pitch will miss for ball 2. So that's 50 pitches now, and he has a 50% strike rate. 25-25 down the middle on balls and strikes. Until now. Now he has 2 more balls than he has strikes. And this is a pop up to second. And that's good for out number 2.
Left fielder, Jack McDonald.
High and in for ball 1 to Jack McDonald, who struck out last time he was at the plate. Ball 2. Ball 3. Ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk to Jack McDonald. That'll bring up Brady Baumgarten with runners on first and third now for Kindred.
Center fielder Brady Baumgarten.
They'll try the pickoff attempt on first there on McDonald. He's back in time safely. And now another throw to first, and had Gavin Keller been not had to turn his back to the bag, he may have been able to tag him out. That was very, very close. Remains 1 ball, no strike here to Brady Baumgarten. And he will send that to left center field. And that will get by Grant Goddard, and 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and heading into third with a 2-run RBI triples, Brady Baumgarten. That's the second triple of the doubleheader for Kindred.
Pitcher Kylan Swenson.
2-run score, and Kindred takes a 7-2 lead now here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. So still a lot of baseball to play, but Kindred looking good up to this point. And now it's going to be 8-2 as that one sneaks away and allows Brady Baumgartner to come in, and the bases are cleared, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Kylan Swenson, who is 0 for 1. He reached on an error, and he was hit by a pitch. 2 balls and a strike now here to Kylan Swenson as the bases are clear. And now on back-to-back plate appearances, Kylan Swenson is hit by a pitch. And the Comets are going to talk things over here, and rightfully so. It has not been a good start to game 2 here for Fargo Post 400. Like I said, still a lot of baseball to play. They could definitely come back and make things interesting, but it's with the way Kindred has been swinging the bat. We said in the pregame show, small roster, big bats, and they have had big bats in this one. They already have 4 hits. We're only in the top of the third, averaging a hit and a third, 1.33 hits an inning. So we'll see if the chat calms down Tyler Frederick.
Right fielder Carson Getty.
That's fine. That's like a memory now. We've been using them for the kids. I put them in there.
Carson Getty is the batter. He's 0 for 2. Line drive out to the second baseman. Struck out swinging. Now he faces a 1-0 count with 2 away here in the top of the third. Make that 2-0 in the top of the third. Runner on first is Kylan Swenson. The people talking in the background are fans right in front of our broadcast booth. 2-0 the count. High ball 3, and Frederick has had trouble here keeping the ball in the strike zone. He has 10 more balls than he has strikes right now, and pitch 67 right here. That's ball 4, and that'll walk him. So Swenson, although he took off, won't get credit for a stolen base. He'll get credit for advancement on the walk to Getty. And now Dylan Stone, who hit the first hit of the game that brought in the first, or I shouldn't say the first hit of the game, but the first hit that brought in the first run of the 8 that they have scored so far. And he'll pop this one up to left field, or shallow left field. Calvin Jungling will make the catch. They'll strand 2 on base, and that brings an end to a nightmare top of the 3rd for the Fargo Post 400 Comets. 45 minutes into the game, and we're going to the home half of the 3rd. We'll see if the Comets can chip away at this deficit when we return after this.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information, or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, it's Jack Bjornson. Strike 1 and ball 1. Bjornson singled into right field last time he was at the plate. That first pitch for a strike was pitch 50. This is pitch 52 for Kylan Swenson. And the pitch 52 will miss outside for ball 2. And it's 2-1 to Jack Bjornson, 1 for 1 with a single once again. And this time he's going to go to the same spot in right field as he did last time. He'll be 2 for 2 for a pair of singles to just about the same spot in right field. And now Grant Goddard.
Grant Goddard.
Popped up, and he could not make the catch. Nice attempt there by Max Bernier. But could not secure it. Going to the books as a strike for Grant Goddard, who struck out last time he was at the plate. He struck out looking. That one's high for a ball to even up the count of the ball and a strike. Once again, the runner on first is Jack Bjornson as Fargo looks to chip away at this 8-2 deficit. Swing and a miss right there for strike number 2. 1-2 the count. Gavin Keller on deck. This one going to left field, and this one going foul and out of play. So we'll stay at a 1-2 count as a result. Two. Top of the 7th inning in the Twins game. It's 6-2 still. There's a base hit to left field for Grant Goddard, and that will sneak by McDonald. That will allow Bjornson to go to third and Goddard up to second. Now going to the books as an error.
First baseman, Gavin Keller.
Gavin Keller now the batter. Swing and a miss. Strike 1 and 2. He was walked last time he was at the plate. And that rainbow pitch there will fall in for ball 1. He'll get a piece of that with his bat, so he'll stay alive at the 1-2 count. Still nobody out. Runners on second and third. It's a good opportunity here for the Comets. We'll see if they can cash in or not. And another rainbow pitch. Makes it 2-2. And that one's sent right up over our press box and lands right on the roof of said press box.
Good pitch.
Now, and they will call that ball 3. Kindred fans thought that was right on the edge for strike 3, but instead it's a full count. Nobody out. And right up the middle, and nice job there by Kylan Swenson as he hesitates to look at home, holding Bjornsson at third and getting the out. That's the best scenario you could ask for in that situation. Runners stay put and they get an out on the board. It's the equivalent of a strikeout, even though it's a 1-3 ground out. Not the strikeout the hard way. And now Zahir Miller is the batter. 0 for 1, struck out swinging on a pitch that went to the outside that he reached for, and that was in a bases loaded scenario. Now he's in a 2 runners in scoring position scenario. And he's even on the count 1-1. And they will get Bjornsson out at third, I do believe. Yep. So 2 great plays by Kindred. The first one by Kylan Swenson to hold Bjornsson at third, and then the second one by Dylan Stone to allow Miller to go to third, or go to first. And as a result, Bjornsson gets caught off the bag and he gets tagged out for out number 2. So that moves from 2 runners in scoring position to 1 runner in scoring position with another runner on first. So that'll go into the books as a fielder's choice for Zahir Miller. So we have 2 hit the press box roof now. Cameron Bevel, the batter. 3 balls and a strike. And now they'll walk them, and now the bases are loaded on the walk. So with 2 outs, it'll be up to Calvin Jungling to try and get 1 or 2 of those runs across the plate. He was hit by a pitch, and he would fly out to left center field, and he takes the first pitch high for a ball. It's 1-0. Late swing there, and it's a swing and a miss for ball 1 and for a 1-1 count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball 1 and strike 1 is what I was trying to say. And the windup in the delivery of the 1-1, and another late swing on a pitch inside, and it's 1-2. So we'll see where Swenson goes with this pitch. He has a couple of pitches to work with here if he wants to try and get him to chase. Oh, and he got him. He got him.
For the Comets in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. No runs on 2
And that will strand 3 on base and a wasted opportunity for the Comets. Probably a pitch that if you had another chance, you wouldn't swing at. Kind of reminds me of that chubby pitcher for the Twins. I forget his name off the top of my head, but he used to throw pitches like that, and This time it got Calvin Jungling. He strikes out swinging. And we go now to the top of the 4th. It's 5-2 in favor of Kindred after 3 innings of play, and we're back with more in just a moment.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
All right, and Graham Hess is going to send this one to short. They'll fire it over to first in time for a 6-3 ground out. That was the first pitch of the inning. Stanley Belaski is the batter now. Fouled off first base side, and that'll be good for strike number 1. Belaski's 1 for 1. A single and a walk. Single was the left field. I believe that was back in the first inning, if memory serves me correctly. And that one comes a little bit too far inside to even the count up at a ball and a strike. Still 6-2. Twins batting with 2 out in the bottom of the 7th. Nobody on. It's the latest from that game. 1-1 here to Belaski. And that pitch will miss to the outside. It's 2-1 now. Three and 1. And Belaski will walk. Let's see here.
Catcher Max Bernier.
Scoreboard shows 2 outs. I have 1 out. My batting lineup's right. It's Max Bernier. He's 1 for 2, double and a fly out. I guess we'll see on the next out who's right and who's wrong. Did that hit him or no? No, he was able to dance out of the way of that one somehow. I'm not sure how, but he did. And they did adjust the scoreboard to 1 out in the outfield there, so we were correct all along, and they throw up to first, not in time. Belaski remains safe. We'll keep it here. And that one is fair over the first baseman. Gavin Keller lands just inside the line. Belaski will move over to third on the play, and we'll have runners on the corners. Gabe Iverson is the batter now. Reached on an error and a pop out to the second baseman last time he was at the plate. It looks like they're sending Boloski back to second base. And we have a visit to the mound here. I have a feeling this is going to do it for Tyler Frederick, and it will. He'll toss the ball to his coach, and he'll be done on the mound. I had him at 76 pitches. 44 of them were balls, so he did have trouble putting it into the strike zone. We've now hit the 1 hour mark of the ball game here as we have a pitching change for Fargo Post 400, and we'll tell you more about that pitching change when we return after this. Stay tuned.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
All right, Max Ammerman's your new pitcher here for Fargo Post 400 as the Comets look to stop the bleeding here of multiple walks, multiple balls, multiple hits allowed. I mean, they've only Frederick only allowed 4 hits, but it certainly feels like he allowed more than 4 hits, but he walked several. And as you can see, Kindred has scored 8 runs, and when you walk individuals and give your opponent free passes, that usually does not work out in your favor. So Ammerman will finish his warm-up tosses here. So runners on first and second, and that is into left field. That's likely going to score Boloski. No, they will pump the brakes there. So Iverson gets a single. Boloski holds tight at third. Bernier up to second, and the bases are loaded now as Kindred gets another hit. So Ammerman's responsible for Gabe Iverson on first. The other 2 runs will be charged to the previous pitcher should they come in and score before we can close the book on him. Swing and a miss, and 2 quick strikes here to the batter. Jack McDonald, 0 for 1, struck out and walked. And that one will just miss. Ball 1, but a good spot. See if McDonald would chase for strike 3. That's not the most terrible pitch to toss in that scenario. And this one foul down the third base line. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Base is loaded. 8-2 lead for Kindred here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And the pitch, and this one going to left field, and it will drop, but it'll drop foul out of play. So everybody will stay at their original bases. To reset, you got for Kindred, you got Stanley Boloski on third, Max Bernier on second, and Gabe Iverson on first. One ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch. And that's tap foul. Will stay at 1 and 2. So back-to-back fouled away pitches. Brady Baumgarten is the batter on deck. Kylan Swenson would follow him if we can get that far into the lineup. Swing, that'll be a drop third strike, and so going to the books is a strikeout.
Center fielder Brady Baumgarten.
So 2 outs now. Base is still loaded. Brady Baumgarten. 1 for 2. Walk, ground out, and a triple to left center. And this time he'll ground it to short. Jungling picks it up, fires it to second, and he's out. So the run will not score. They will leave 3 stranded on base, and we will conclude the top half of the 4th. Still 8-2 Kindred. Max Ammerman comes in and gets his team out of a bases loaded jam in the top of the 4th. We'll see what happens in the bottom half of the 4th when we return after this.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
All right, Peyton Oshner will lead things off here in the bottom of the 4th for the Comets, trailing by 6, looking to chip away at that 6-run deficit. And the first pitch is on the way, and that pitch is high from Kylan Swenson for a ball. It's a 1-0. Oshner 0 for 2 with a pop out to the first baseman and a pop out to the second baseman in reverse order of the way I just said it. 2 balls and no strikes now here. 1 ball, 1 strike. My apologies. And that one will just miss. Now it's 2 balls and a strike. And that last pitch was pitch number 80 for Kylan Swenson. Only 35 of those 80 have found the strike zone. And that is ball 46 of the evening to make it a 3-1 count to Peyton Oshner. And the 3-1 to Oshner. In for strike 2. Nice pitch there as Swenson finds a way to deliver a strike, and we'll see if he can find a way to deliver one more or not. And he does not. He'll walk him instead. And that will be a runner on for the Comets.
Designated hitter Owen Smith.
So bring up Owen Smith now. 0 for 0. He's been to the plate twice. He's been walked both times, and now he sees ball 9 of his plate appearance. And we have a quick visit to the mound here. It's just a 3-person visit. Two and 0 now here to Owen Smith. Runner on first is Peyton Oshner, and now you can make it 2-1. Or 3-0, excuse me. Like I said, Smith's been walked both times, and now he's a pitch away from potentially being walked for a third time in this game, and that's exactly what will happen. A 4-pitch walk for Owen Smith puts runners on first and second for the Game 1 hero, Seth Egan.
Right fielder, Seth Egan.
And if it's any time for the Comets to start to chip away at this, it would be now. We'll see if Egan get himself a pitch that he can sneak out into maybe the left center field gap out there. It looks a little bit larger than the right center field gap. He's going to go to straightaway center field, and that will drop for a hit. And the bases are loaded on a is that a hit or an error? They will indeed charge a hit.
Keep going, 2.
Or credit a hit. It's probably a better word. I'd like
Third
to.
baseman, Jack Bjornsson.
So now the bases are loaded. This is the second time in 2 innings that the Comets have the bases loaded. This time with nobody out. They have not been able to cash in. They wasted the opportunity last time to chip away at the lead with a bases loaded scenario. We'll see if they can change that this time around. A base hit could cut the lead in half. And a high bouncing ball towards second. They'll go to second. He'll fire over to first. The pitch is off the mark. 1 run scores. It's Oshner. Here comes Owen Smith. He scores. 2 runs are in, and it's 8-4. And there's an error mixed into that as well. And there's also an out. So Bjornsson will reach on an error. And that error will be charged to the second baseman. Peyton Oshner will score. Owen Smith advances to third. Egan reaches on the same error. Or no, I'm sorry. Egan is tagged out at second. 4-6 on the tag out. And Bjornsson's safe on the same error. So runners on the corners now, first and third, and a hard hit ball to short. Belosky picks it up, fires it over to first. Got it there for out number 2.
Get out of it, 2.
First baseman, Gavin Keller.
All right.
Good job, 2.
So Gavin Keller now is up in the count 2-1. 0 for 1 walk and a ground out right back to the pitcher on a 1-3 last time he was at the plate. And that one will get away, and Bjornsson will not chance it from third.
What's
3-1. Oh, it's 2-2 instead of 3-1, I guess. And that one's high. Now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Swenson looking to avoid putting runners on the corners here. And that's a hard hit ball to left field. That is going to drop for a base hit. That will score Bjornsson from third, and the Stars are within 3 on an RBI single by Gavin Keller to left field.
Set it down here, 2.
They now down 8-5, and here comes Coach Elmaris and a visit to the mound. And, yep, they are going to make a change. Swenson's done. I had him at 96 pitches unofficially. And if that number is accurate, then he had 54 balls and 42 strikes on those 96 tosses. And we'll see who the new pitcher is in just a moment. We'll take a break, and we'll come back and give you more information, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, so the new pitcher for Kindred is Sawyer Hess. Kylan Swenson will move from the mound out to left field, and Jack McDonald will come out of the game as a result. Runner on first is Gavin Keller Gavin Keller, yep. Gavin Keller, the runner on first. Zahir Miller, the batter, and he swings and misses for a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 2 away. Zahir Miller struck out last time he was at the plate. Actually, he reached on a fielder's choice. And the time before that, he struck out swinging. 2 balls and a strike as Sawyer Hess delivers pitch number 4, and that's high for 3 balls and a strike. And that'll walk Miller. So runners on first and second now here for
left fielder Cameron Bevel.
So Cameron Bevel represents the tying run here for the Comets. So they've done a nice job getting 3 or 5. How many? They got 3 this inning. And we'll see if they can get 1 more to get a little bit closer.
Courtesy running first base number 15, Tucker Cozen.
So Tucker Cozen will come in and take over the running responsibilities for Zahir Miller on first base. And that pitch is outside to even the count of a ball and a strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. When this inning started, the Comets were down 8-2. It's now 8-5. We'll see if Bevel can get a hit here, and instead the bases are loaded via hit by a pitch. And that puts 2 runners in scoring position, and Calvin Jungling will be the batter. And here comes Coach Almaris once again with a jog out to the mound. Max Bernier will join Coach and his teammate Hess on the mound as they discuss. I did not know this song existed in the playlist here at Starring Bank Field. That's a good one.
Shortstop Kelvin Jungling.
All right, so a little pep talk here for Sawyer Hess. With the bases loaded, Calvin Jungling. The tying run is on base, and a strike is thrown. 0-1 to Jungling, who was hit by a pitch. Then he would fly out to left center, and then he struck out swinging. And that pitch will miss. It's a 1 ball, 1 strike to Calvin Jungling. It's another bases loaded situation here. And the Comets need to capitalize on this if they want to make things interesting going into the 5th inning. 2-1. And in this final, the Twins have defeated the Texas Rangers by the score of 6-2. High fly ball center field. Can Baumgartner get there? He can. That'll be out 3. They'll strand all 3 runners on base, and Kindred will hang on to an 8-5 lead through 4. The Comets have chipped away. We'll see if that continues, but first they got to keep the Vikings off the board in the top of the 5th. We'll see what happens when we return in a moment. Stay tuned.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Welcome back. 8-5 in favor of Kindred here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard, and we're at 1 hour and 21 minutes in Game 2 of the doubleheader here. Max Ammerman will be starting his 2nd inning of work here.
Leading off the top half of the 5th for Kindred, left fielder Kylan Swenson.
Kylan Swenson, the batter, and the pitch. In for a strike, I think. Yes. He has that really quick strike signal. If you're not paying attention, you'll think that he called it a ball. Neal 1. And this one foul down the third base side, and it's 0-2. Swenson 0 for 1, reached on air, and he was hit by a pitch, and then he was hit by a pitch again. This is the first time that Swenson has faced Ammerman. As the pitch goes outside for a ball. So on the 0-2 count, he sends it outside to see if Swenson would chase, and he didn't. That one didn't reach the plate. That'll be ball 2. And that one's hit up high to left field. And it is going to go over the head of Cameron Bevel. Looking for that 3rd triple of the game. Nope, it's not going to happen. Swenson's going to settle for a double.
Right fielder Carson Getty.
So Swenson on 2nd with the double. Nobody out. And a low pitch for ball 2 here to Carson Getty. 0 for 2. Line drive smash to the glove of Peyton Oshner at 2nd. Since then, they strike out swinging in a walk. 2-0 the count here, and the Comets need to keep the score 8-5. That one's sent up high to right field. And that time, that one is caught. Tagging on 2nd is Swenson. The throw will come in, but he will reach 3rd standing. So he gets 90 feet closer to home on the fly out to right field. And Dylan Stone, who's 1 for 3, he singled to left, reached on an error, and he would pop out to the 3rd baseman last time he was at the plate. High and in for a ball, 1-0. 1 hour and 24 minutes now. 8-5, Kindred looking for that 9th run of the game, and it's 90 feet away at 3rd. There's a strike. I wish that, I'm not saying he's a bad umpire. I just wish he would be a little bit more zesty on his strike calls, because sometimes I think his strikes are balls, but So a ball strike, or a strike ball. No, ball strike ball. Get it right eventually. 2-2 is the count. That's the easy way to say it. 3-2 is the count. Ball, strike, ball. There we go. Fargo post 400s left 11 on base so far. 11 runners on base up to this point in the game. Kindred's also left 8, but that doesn't matter as much at the moment because they have an 8-5 lead. That one's popped up. Looks like Jungling's underneath it, and he is. So that'll be out number 2.
First baseman, Graham Hess.
8-5 looks a little bit more manageable than 9-5 would, and they're going to want to try and keep that runner from coming in from third. Graham Hess is the batter, 0 for 2, walk, fielder's choice, and a ground out to short. Fouled out of the box. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's going to be hit to left field. It'll be an RBI single for for Graham Hess, scoring Kylan Swenson, and it is 9-5 Kindred.
Shortstop, Stanley Belaski.
Stanley Belaski, 1 for 1, single and a walk. The single went to left field. And they got him. Or I thought they got him. Certainly looked like they did. That was a very close call at first. And a ball. And a hard hit ball, a third that sneaks by Bjornsson into left field. That'll move Hess up to second and bring Belaski to first. It's another base hit, and that brings us to Max Bernier. So now Kindred moves another runner into scoring position, and a base hit could double up their lead here in the top of the 5th. So they've gotten 1 of the 3 runs back they gave up in the bottom half of the 4th, and now the mishandled pitch at the catcher by the catcher allows the runners to advance 90 feet. Now you got 2 runners in scoring position. That one is fouled away. Max Bernier, 2 for 3, a double, fly out, and a single. The double went to left field, the single went to right field. And this one fouled back into the netting, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 9 runs on 7 hits and 5 Fargo post 400 errors. Swing and a miss, and that'll be a strikeout, and that's something you haven't seen much of in this game. And that will also be out number 3.
For Kindred in the top half of the 5th inning, 1 run on 2 hits. There was 1 common error. 2 runners left on base. We go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Kindred leads 9-5.
We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
All right, it's Peyton Oshner. And Oshner will send that one to left field, and it looks like Swenson's underneath it for the catch. So one pitch, one out. And that'll bring up Owen Smith as the scheduled batter.
Designated hitter, Owen Smith.
Smith has the hat trick of walks on his 3 trips to the plate so far today. And this one he'll foul off for strike 1. Well, the ingredient to success for Kindred has been Fargo post 400, walking 7, hitting 2 for a total of 9 free trips to base for Kindred. And then on the flip side, Fargo's left 11 runners on base. So that is 20 runners, 9 in favor of Kindred and 11 against Fargo post 400. That's a big number when you break it down like that. And that's the reason why they're down 9-5 right now. And like I said, they need to clean it up. There's still time to get back into this game, and they've shown glimpses of it, especially in the bottom of the 4th. And they fell down 5-0 after the top of the 1st. They got 2 back. They got 2 back in the bottom of the 1st, and you thought, okay, well, they're going to chip away at this, but then nothing in the 2nd. Kindred tacks on 3 more to take an 8-2 lead, and the Comets not able to recover and get any of those back in the bottom of the 3rd. They do hold Kindred off the scoreboard in the top of the 4th and get 3 runs back in the bottom of the 4th. Kindred responds with 1 in the top of the 5th, and that brings us to our current 9-5 score. And this one right up the middle, a diamond cutter into shallow center field for Owen Smith, and he reaches base. Now the problem with reaching base is that's about all they've been doing, is they need to advance on base instead of getting left there. And we'll see if this is the start of something bigger coming here for the Comets. But they have a lot of work to do, and it's an uphill climb. There's another hit to center field. So back-to-back hits to center put runners on 1st and 2nd.
Center fielder, Grant Goddard.
We'll see if the Comets have any 2-out magic here. Let's see here. Grant Goddard is the batter. Grant Goddard 0 for 3, struck out, reached on an error, and a ground out. Ground out to short. 2 balls, no strikes. And 3 balls, no strikes.
You okay, 3?
And there's a walk. So once again, the Comets have bases loaded. They've had the bases loaded.
First baseman, Gavin Keller.
In the last 4 innings, in the bottom of the second, bottom of the third, bottom of the fourth, and now here in the bottom of the fifth, they've had the bases loaded. The only time they've cashed in was in the bottom of the fourth. And if they want to get back in this game, they need to not quit wasting the opportunities. That'll be a little blooper to center, but it's caught by Brady Baumgartner, and that will do it for inning number 5.
No runs on 2 hits. Kindred errors and 3 runners left on base. We go to the top half of the 6th. Kindred leads 9-5.
So a fly out to center, and now things are getting brutal here for Fargo Post 400. They're down to their final 6 outs, and they're still down 4. It's not looking good. We'll see what happens when we return. Stay tuned.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
All right, welcome back. Peyton Oshner is the new pitcher. That means Ammerman's done. 32 pitches, 21 strikes for Max Ammerman. He's going to move to second base, and the second baseman, Peyton Oshner, will take over on the mound. So it's just a straight flip from second and pitcher here. No other defensive changes. Max Ammerman to second. Peyton Oshner from second to the mound. This one fouled back for a strike. Once again, Gabe Iverson is the batter. He's 1 for 3. Reached on an error, a fly out, and also a single. That single went to left field. The fly out was more of a pop out to second base. 0-1. And this one, ground ball towards short. Picked up and mishandled by Jungling. And it is the 6th error of the game. And when I was talking earlier about the runners left on base and the walked and hit batters, I didn't even mention the errors. And
pitcher Sawyer Hess.
It's been a long time since I've seen any team commit 6 errors in a baseball game. But it has happened here tonight. This is Jack. Hang on, it might be somebody else. We'll find out here in a minute. It's Brady Baumgartner. And right now for Fargo Post 400, I believe that it's not necessarily Kindred winning the game. It's Kindred winning the mental battle here. They have really put the pressure on the Comets, and the Comets have just not been able to brush it off and respond. So Sawyer Hess is the batter. Comets need to find a way to get over that mental roadblock and just play some baseball, and they could get right back into this game here. They have 6 outs to work with, and they're down 4. They need to get at least 2 in the bottom of the 6, if not 3.
Hang, bud. Keep battling, Drake.
We'll see if Oshner can get an out on the board here with this pitch. No, he cannot. He'll walk him instead, and they'll put 2 runners on base, and that's the 8th or 9th walk of the game now. I know it's 8 for sure. I may have forgotten to write down the last one. Brady Baumgarten is the batter now, and Kindred is going to be happy here, as they are looking to take home a W and a split back home to Kindred here from Starion Bank Field. And that pitch is outside, and you can sense the frustration from Fargo Post 400 fans here. After a fantastic pitching performance in Game 1, I have not gotten anything close to a duplicate of that performance here in Game 2. They're on their 3rd pitcher now. Every single pitcher has had more balls than strikes. Let me double check that. Tyler Frederick started the game, pitched 3 1/3 innings, faced 25 batters, 44 balls and 32 strikes on 76 pitches. Max Ammerman, 1 2/3 inning. He did have a better ball strike ratio, 32 pitches, 21 of them were strikes. And now Peyton Oshner faced 2 batters, 6 balls, 4 strikes on 10 pitches. Two balls, no strikes to Baumgarten. Now it's 3 balls and no strikes. 5 runs, or let's try this again. Kindred, 9 runs on 7 hits and 6 Comets errors. Not to mention a total of 10 free trips to the base, 8 on walks, 2 on hits by pitches. And it's, well, I almost said that it's not quite the defense. Because surprisingly enough, even with 6 errors, the Comets have found a way to strand 10 Kindred runners on base. And there's another walk, and they just cannot catch a break here, as the bases are now loaded for Kindred. And it's reaching the point now where
fielder Kylan Swenson.
Maybe some Post 400 fans are thinking, hey, let's cheer for Kindred to score 6 more runs and end this disaster here. 1 ball, no strike. To Kylan Swenson. 1 for 2, reached on an error, hit by a pitch on a double. And they will throw it over to first for the first out. A run will score, and it's 10-5, but they do get an out. So runner off first base. Swenson will go into the books as a 5-3 ground out. It'll be a 5-3 RBI ground out, scoring Gabe Iverson from third. Sawyer Hess moves up to third.
Right fielder,
And Brady
Carson
Baumgarten
Getty.
moves up to second. And now it's Carson Getty. 0 for 3, line drive out to the second baseman, struck out, walk, it'll fly out, and now a bouncing ball to third. This time, they handle it. And did he come off the bag? No, he got it. And that is out number 2. And for the last 2 plays, it looks like Fargo Post 400 is
Third baseman Dylan
playing
Stone.
some good baseball. But if you're thinking that, you're taking it out of context of the entire game here. They have really struggled in this one. But if they can get more plays like that moving forward and get the bats working here, and they don't have any more chances to waste. They got to get the bats going. They got to get some runs across the plate. And they got to first get out of this inning here. That one, ouch, that one ricocheted maybe off Miller and then off Getty. I'm not 100% sure. Actually, that's not Getty. That is Dylan Stone. I forgot to advance my batter here. And they'll get an out. So they got 3 good outs, and they leave 2 stranded. Let's see if they can turn that around into offense next. They have 6 outs to work with, and they are down 11-5. Here, as I need to add 1 more run for Kindred. There we go. And now we can go to our break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit Doolittle'sRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, it'll be Josh Tandeschi, and I want to be fouled out of the plate for a strike. Oh, and 1. And that pitch is inside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Once again, Josh Tandeschi coming in and to the number 7 spot in the batting lineup here for Post 400. Actually, it's the number 8 spot. My apologies. See if the Comets can get a runner on here. And they can, probably not the way that they thought. No, they cannot. It'll be a fly out.
Left fielder, Cameron Bevel.
All right, Cameron Bevel takes the first pitch for a ball. He's 0 for 0 with a walk, and a hit by a pitch. I think that was a strike. Yep, it was. Once again, he gives that really quick fling to the right side with his hand for a strike, and it's unlike any other umpire I've seen. And that's a strike? Oh, it's a ball, okay. Or is it a strike? Thought he put his hand to the right, but like I said, he doesn't. All the strikes he calls looks like balls that he calls. So what is the count? It's 3-1 according to the scoreboard, and I think that's what he just put up on his two hands. So now it's ball 4, and it's a walk. So that's a little frustrating. Glad we got through that one.
You're right, 3.
Kelvin Jungling back to the top of the order now. So down 6. They have some work to do. Couple of flyouts, hit by a pitch, strikeout. None of which in the order that I just said it was. The correct order is hit by a pitch, flyout, strikeout, flyout. Both flyouts to center field. And there's a ground ball. That could be a double play. And it is. They got it. A 6-4-3 double play, and that puts a quick ending to the bottom of the 6th.
No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We go to the top half of the 7th inning. Kindred still leads 11-5.
We'll be back in a moment here on MSPN Digital Television.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
All right, welcome back. Top of the 7th, Dylan Stone is the scheduled batter.
Leading off the top half of the 7th for Kindred, first baseman Graham Hess.
And no, it's Graham Hess. And Graham Hess sends a bouncing ball to Ammerman at second. There's a 4-3 ground out. 1 pitch, 1 out. The last 3 outs have been perfect defense from the Comets, but it might be a little too late to start playing decent baseball now after a very ugly start. Well, when we put this one to wraps, and we'll reset and get ready for tomorrow's game from the Fargo Post 400 Stars versus the Mandan Chiefs. And there's a 6-3 ground out, 2 pitches, 2 outs. Fargo Post 400 helping their own cause there. Max Bernier, 2 for 4, double flyout, single strikeout. Hard hit ball to third. 3 pitches and 3 outs here in the top of the 7th. And you're asking, where was this 3 or 4 innings ago? 11-5. Can they get 6? We'll find out. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
Half the 7th for the Comets pitcher Peyton Oshner.
All right, Peyton Oshner. See the first pitch pop away for a ball. It's 1-0. Oshner's 0 for 3 with fly out to the pop out to the second baseman, a pop out to the catcher, a walk and a fly out to left field. And that one had to sting a little bit. Game 1, an hour and 59. We're at an hour and 57 here in game 2. 2-1. 7 minutes in front of 10 o'clock local time, and there's a strike. And he hits him.
All right, 3.
Designated hitter Owen Smith.
Owen Smith, 1 for 1. A walk, and a single. Single to diamond cutter into center field. Hour 58 now. We have 60 seconds shy of matching the time of game 1. Something tells me this one's going to exceed. This one's going to eclipse the 2-hour mark here. And that's a bouncing ball to second, and they'll get the 4-3 ground out as Oshner advances to second. So 1 down. The Comets are down to their final 2 outs. They got a 1 runner in scoring position, but they're going to need a lot more than that if they want a chance to, at minimum, force extra innings. So I just don't see it happening. But that's the wide world of sports. Sometimes things happen that you don't see. And there's a strike. Like I don't see the strike calls. And that is out number 2.
Third baseman Jack Bjornsson.
Bjornsson 3 for 4, single, reached on an error and a single. 2 singles to right, 1 single to center. And the error was charged to the shortstop. Nice strike, and that little tiny wave to the right there. And we've officially hit the 2-hour mark of the game now. And that one's high for a ball. 1 ball, no strike. I guess it could be worse. Our good friend Eric Tiansen called like I think it was a 5-hour game that went to the 14th inning. Runners on the corners somehow, some way. The Comets are staying in this here.
Center fielder Grant Goddard.
So Grant Goddard now. For a moment there, I thought it hit him almost. 1 ball, no strike here to Grant Goddard. 0 for 4, struck out looking, reached on an error, ground out, and a fly out. Runner takes off for second, and now the ball will go into center field, and the Comets will get a free run on that. So a stolen base by Bjornsson, a mishandled ball will allow Oshner to come in on the error. And we are at 2 balls and a strike here to Grant Goddard. And it's 11-6, but that one's fouled down the first base side for strike 2. If they can keep flip-flopping home plate and second with a bunch of doubles here, that would be a promising outcome for the Comets, as he has to duck down underneath that one. Nearly got a free base out of it. Hesse can put an end to this game on this pitch, and he won't. Instead, he will walk him. Gavin Keller is the scheduled batter now.
First baseman Gavin Keller.
It's going to drive me up a wall. A little flick to the side for a strike call. Okay, I'm done with that. Find something else to complain about. 1 ball, 1 strike. Once again, tomorrow, hopefully I have a little bit better, exciting game for you than this game 2 here. The Fargo Post 400 Stars take on the Mandan Chiefs in a doubleheader, and now a visit to the mound to extend this game even a little bit longer. I mean, I'm not at all questioning the coach's decision here, unless he's trying to save Hess for future games on pitching. I only had him at 48, so they're going to make a pitching change here. You're up 5 runs. There's no momentum for the Comets here, at least in my humble opinion. And you make a pitching change. Don't get me wrong. They are good guys. I don't quite understand this one. The only thing I can think of is that they wanted to save him for a different game and save his arm on pitching. So that's the only thing I can think of why they would make a change at this point in the game. Will be the new pitcher. That means we have a new second baseman, and it looks to be okay. There we go, number 12. I was looking through the binoculars, and then our PA guy helped us out a little bit there. Cade Westby is the new second baseman. So once again, runners on first and second. Jack Bjornsson on second. And this one's right up the middle, and it's caught by Iverson. They strand 2 on base, and that's the end of the game, mercifully. Congratulations to the Kindred Vikings. They take an 11-6 lead, and Gabe Iverson only puts 1 pitch in this game into the books here. So that will be, let's see here, an out. Let me record the final play of the game here. Line drive back to the pitcher, and that will do it. End of game. Your final score, 11 runs for the Vikings, 6 for the Comets on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. So the Comets and Vikings split. Time of the game, 2 hours and 2 hours and 5 minutes. Time of game 1 hour and 59 minutes. Comets win game 1, 5-4 in walk-off fashion, and the Kindred Vikings with a strong first inning, scoring 5 of their 11 in the top of the first, take home an 11-6 victory in game number 2. And we will see you again tomorrow for the Fargo Post 400 Stars taking on the Mandan Chiefs as we bring up our schedule here. So once again, I did not get an update on Game 2. I know that the Astros won the first game 12-6. At last report, the Astros were leading 2-1 in the second game against Castleton there. But I have not heard a final score on that second game from Castleton. So it's the Stars and the Chiefs tomorrow, 5:30 doubleheader. First pitch on the air between 5:10 and 5:15 tomorrow. And then the Astros go to Minneapolis. The Comets go to Mandan, and the Stars go to Sioux Falls. North Winnipeg, 6:30 p.m. on Friday. And then the Stars have Brandon and Shakopee at 10:30 and 1 o'clock in the Sioux Falls tournament. All these games in Brandon, South Dakota. And then the Stars versus Aberdeen at 1 o'clock on the 15th. That's another MSPN broadcast. All the broadcasts are in green, in case you haven't figured it out already. And then the Stars come back. They play Moorhead on the 16th, and then they hop on the bus and go right back down to Omaha, Nebraska, Gretna to be more specific. And the Stars will take on Gretna at 12 noon on the 18th. And their second game at 2:30, they'll take on Elkhorn. And then the Comets have a game here at home. Brad Anderson will have the call on that doubleheader with Wapton Post 20 on the 18th, while I'm down in Omaha taking care of business down there. And the Stars will take on Bryant. I believe that's an Arkansas team, Bryant is. And that'll be a single game at approximately 7:30 on June 19th. The Astros will host Kindred on the 19th. We're hoping to have that game on the air, but we don't have anybody written down for that game just yet. So we'll do our best. And then the Comets will host Watertown Post 17 on the 20th as the Astros travel to Bismarck for the Bismarck Invite, while the Stars are still potentially down in Omaha, Nebraska. They'll have a game against North Platte on June 21st in La Vista, Nebraska. To the best of my knowledge, I've never been to La Vista, Nebraska before, but I guess I will be on June 21st. And then we finally come back home as the Stars host a doubleheader on June 24th here at Starry Bank Field against East Grand Forks. And then the Astros also have a doubleheader against Grand Forks on the 24th. That's a 1 o'clock game, so we'll have 4 games for you from Starry Bank Field on MSPN starting at 1 o'clock on June 24th. And you can catch the rest of that schedule. Once again, the schedule is pinned to the top of our X account there. And you can find us on X, formerly known as Twitter, at MSPNDTV. Also, MSPNDTV on YouTube. Subscribe, like, and join if you'd like to. That'd be great. And all that good stuff. You can watch this game on demand or set a reminder for our future live broadcast as well, and that's one way that you can do that. All right, well, that's going to do it. Once again, your final score in this one, it is the Kindred Vikings in Game 2, 11-6 winners over the Comets. The Comets take Game 1, 5-4. The team split. Time of Game 1, 1 hour 59. Time of Game 2, 2 hours and 5 minutes. For everybody tuned in tonight, thank you for tuning in. We certainly hope that you enjoyed the game that your team won. And outside of that, we'll talk to you again tomorrow for Stars and Chiefs, 5:30 p.m. here on MSPN Digital Television.
The proceeding has been a copyrighted presentation of MSPN Digital Television. Follow us online by searching MSPN DTV on YouTube and X to find broadcast schedules, on-demand broadcasts, and more. Thanks for watching MSPN Digital Television.